Thank you. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the March 24th, 2026 regular Township Council meeting of Montclair. This is a meeting of the Council of Township of Montclair. It's being broadcast live on Channel 34, and it's streaming live on the Montclair TV YouTube channel. It's available on demand and can and will be rebroadcast. This meeting is called pursuant to the provisions of the Open Public Meeting Act. The meeting was included in the revised annual notice of the meeting schedule set forth on Resolution R-26-064 and adopted by the Township Council at its regular meeting of February 10th, 2026. It was advertised to the official newspaper on February 26, and posted in the Township website and bulletin boards outside of the Montclair Municipal Building, and has remained continuously posted. In addition, a copy of the revised annual notice is and has been available to the public and is on file in the office of our Township Clerk. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Madam Clerk, when you get a chance, will you please do the roll call?
Deputy Mayor Anderson.
Here.
Councilor Birmingham, absent. Councilor D'Amato.
Here.
Councilor Harrison.
Here.
Councilor Toller.
Good evening, President.
Good evening. Councilor Williams, absent. Mayor Baskerville.
Present. Okay, at this moment, I'd like to make a motion that we adjourn from the public meeting and go into the executive session.
Sure.
The purpose of the executive session will be for personnel and for contract discussions.
I second the motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Thank you. I'm going to ask the public, please, who's not directly involved with what we're getting ready to participate in, to please step out of the room. I expect that we will be coming back into the regular portion of our meeting as close to 7 p.m. as we can. And thank you so much. I'd like to make a motion that we exit the executive session and go to the public portion of our meeting.
I second it.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, what do you think? 5 minutes will do it? Okay, because we're going to try to move this along, so please try to get back in 5 minutes. Thank you. Thank you. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to this regular meeting of the Township Council of Montclair, March 24th, 2026. And we are at the point in our agenda where we're going to present a proclamation. And I'm sure we're all extremely excited about this. We're going to present a proclamation, and I think the entire council wanted to participate in this, so we're going to come down together. This is recognizing Trans Day of Visibility. So we're going to go down to the podium. If there are people here that came to receive this, if you would join us at the podium, we'd be grateful. Thank you. Huh? Oh, that'll be fine. You have a lot of talents. However, no. Singing's now what? Okay, this is on. Okay, the Township of Montclair is presenting this proclamation recognizing Trans Day of Visibility. Whereas every March 31st marks International Day of Transgender Visibility, a day to recognize and center the voices and contributions of our gender diverse community of transgender, two-spirit, non-binary, and intense and intersex people. It could be intense intersex people in our township. And whereas all Americans have the right to self-determination, adequate health care, and comprehensive free public education so that we all may live our life and our truest selves. And whereas this day is dedicated to celebrating the accomplishments and victories of our gender expansive community while raising awareness of the work that still needs to be done to address anti-transgender violence and become a truly equitable community. And whereas our transgender and gender diverse community members deserve love, respect, and a safe place not just to survive, but to thrive. Today's mayor and council, we are truly dedicated to doing our part in making this a reality. And whereas everyone should use this day to raise awareness around discrimination and violence that trans people still face, while also showcasing the beauty and power of visibility and pride. Our work does not stop on March 31st. When March 31st ends, we continue to work. We must continue to uplift positive, authentic voices the transgender community has, and all through the year, we must do our part to ensure their safety. And now, therefore, we, the mayor and the council of this beautiful township of Montclair, do hereby recognize March 31st, 2026 as Transgender Day of Visibility. And with this proclamation, we affirm that all transgender people in our community are heard, loved, and they belong. Our commitment to advocating for transgender expansive rights is not just on March 31st, but all year long. Woohoo!
This is a proud moment. As the president of Out Montclair, and I have a co-founder, and I have another co-founder here, Madeline Gale. We are so proud. We're going to celebrate 5 years at Out Montclair next month in April, and we are so fortunate to have a mayor who, as before she became mayor, believed that we needed to get visibility for our people. That was important. Not just, we have an umbrella and everyone belongs there. And this means so much to me. I get emotional, but I won't now because I want to finish this. And I want to say thank you. Montclair, the community of Montclair, thank you. and I want to make sure that I give the voice, my voice, and support to those people who are either trans or representing the trans community 24/7.
All right.
Hi, everyone. Hello. Thank you, Thank you, Madam Mayor. My name is Dee Chen. I am not a Montclair resident, but Montclair has been my adopted queer community. I have always felt welcome as a trans person of color in Montclair, from the community, not just the queer community, but the community itself. And I just want to say thank you to Montclair for making me feel welcome, but the work doesn't stop ever. You may not be trans, you may not know someone who's trans, you may not care about trans rights, you may not agree with trans rights, but the fact of the matter is they'll come for our rights and then they'll come for your rights.
That's right.
And it's happening now, and I'm not going to make this political, but it's happening.
Yes.
And if you can stand on the sidelines until, and then it's just, you know, things are changed and things are different, and we have to stop that now. So we need your help, not just for us, for the black and brown people, for women, for immigrants, for people. This is not about trans rights. This is about human rights. This is about equal rights for all.
Thank you so very much.
So good evening, Montclair. So, as always, my name is Reginald Bledsoe. I'm the director of the Essex County Office of LGBTQ Affairs. It feels great to always come back to Montclair. Montclair is doing it right. Montclair is recognizing trans individuals, but also you're recognizing people, and you're giving authenticity to residents in this town and to so many residents across the state. So to the mayor and members of council, thank you so much for being at the forefront. We need elected officials to stand with the LGBTQ community in times of celebration, in times of challenges, in times of just being allies. And allyship is important when we're not around. Allyship should be spoken, and if there's transphobia or homophobia happening, we expect our allies to step up and speak up and to stand up. And that's what you're doing here today. So to members of council, to the mayor, thank you so much. We appreciate you. You make Essex great. And as always, great to be here.
Hi, I'm Ruth Kunstadter, a 35-year resident of Montclair, parent of a trans young adult. And as I've said before, proclamations are great, and I'd like to see action too. So whatever we can do to make trans people more visible, more safe, more welcome in our community, the better. And I do want to congratulate the Montclair Council or previous Montclair Council for making all single occupancy restrooms in Montclair to be all gender. Because my own daughter, let me tell you why it's important. My own daughter was transphobed and refused entry to a single occupancy women's bathroom in South Jersey and told to use the men's room twice, even after she identified herself as a trans woman. So it is. So it's really important. If you never had to think about bathroom access, which most of us don't, you don't think about having to make a decision every time you're in public and need to go to the restroom. And it's really serious. And so I really want to thank Montclair for doing that. And I'm going to be encouraging other towns to do that as well. As far as I know, there are only 4 or 5 towns in New Jersey that have that, including Princeton, West Orange. I forget which other ones. But we are one of the 4 or 5 towns that have it. And thank you, because it makes a big difference.
Thank you very much. Okay, at this point in time, we're going to have a budget presentation. So, oh, you're here already. Hi, good evening. How are you?
Good evening. It might be a hard act to follow, even for me. Thank you very much.
Thank
Thank
you.
you for having me tonight. So if you can't hear me, I'm not used to speaking
Is
to
the light green?
The light is green.
Okay, you should
Okay.
be good.
That means the public can hear me, right, on the telecast?
Yes, on the TV.
Okay. So thank you. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Joe Monzo. I'm the interim Chief Financial Officer for Montclair. I work for Phoenix Advisors, who is the township's municipal advisor. They appointed Phoenix through the third-party entity statutes that allow municipalities to appoint a third party who has a municipal finance officer on staff to perform the statutory duties necessary. I took over that role on February the 1st when the prior CFO left the town to go somewhere else. So since that time, my office and my staff, as well as the staff of the township and the manager, have been putting together the 2026 budget. I've prepared a document that I believe Mr. Marks distributed to you this evening. When you get a chance to read that, I wouldn't suggest you read it all right now. But if you do, and when you get a chance to it, please reach out to myself or Stephen with any questions you have about the particulars of that document. It has a lot more detail in it than what I'm going to present here tonight. And then when I'm done my presentation, myself and Mr. Marks are available for questions. So let me give you just a status of where we stand financially as the township. 2 documents have already been filed that were due statutorily. The township's debt statement was filed by the end of December. That was done by the prior CFO before she left. I filed the township's unaudited annual financial statements, which were due March 10th. They were filed sometime in the middle of February. And just a little added note, you have new auditors this year, and they had an expectation they were going to do the AFS. So when I told them I did it, they cut their fee by $9,300 for this year. So because their original proposal included them doing the annual financial statement. Thank you. Budget solved. Thank you. Okay. So that was filed on time. And both those documents are important to be filed timely, A, because there's a statutory deadline, and B, because if they're not filed on time and when the town introduces their budget, the state will not review your budget, okay? They need the 2024 audit, which was filed last year. They need the 2025 document that I filed before they'll even take a look at the 26 budget when it gets introduced, okay? So I just want to give you a little bit of summary as to what happened in 2025 financially. And then talk about the expectations for this year. So the tax collection rate last year, in terms of how much of the tax levy that was billed was collected, was a little bit south of 98.7%. It's in the top of state of New Jersey. Most towns are, hopefully they're above 95, 96. You're pretty close to 100%, okay? However, even given that collection rate, the township's fund balance, which is the rainy day fund, surplus, did decrease by almost $1 million. At the end of 24, that surplus number was $17.2 million. At the end of 25, it was $16.2 million. Okay? A couple of reasons for that. Other anticipated revenues did not generate the excess revenue that was expected. Some of the balances from prior year's appropriations were not as great as the year before, but a lot of towns would beg and kill to have a $16 million fund balance at the end of any given year. Okay? Last year, the council also passed a resolution to fund a special emergency for the revaluation. So 2026 will be the first year in which that funding is in the budget. It's $400,000 over the next 5 years, 26, 27, 28, 29, and 30. Okay? So those are kind of the highlights for the end of the year, especially with the current fund. All the utility funds did well. I think one of them had, not counting the ice rink utility funds all finished well with all healthy surpluses at the end of the year. So I'm not really going to go into the details about the utilities, but when you do see the budget introduction and the document I sent, understand that in addition to the current fund, which is the bulk of our operations, all the departments, right? There is a water utility, sewer utility, a parking utility, and a utility that was formed mid-year last year, which is the ice rink utility at Clary Anderson. Okay. The budget that Stephen and I have put together is projected to be $1.5 million more than last year. And when I talk in these general numbers, I'm speaking in terms of the budget without any grants. I don't like to muddy the waters and talk about comparing one year to the next, because if I did that, I could say your budget is down this year, right? But I haven't put any grants in the budget yet. I'd like to wait until I've had these kind of presentations so that everybody understands we're comparing non-grant to non-grant, okay? Going up $1.5 million or 1.48%. Now, included in that 1.5 million right now is a placeholder for an increase in the reserve for uncollected taxes. That is the obligation that the township has, and this is not just us, any township has, because you do not collect 100% of your taxes. You collect less than 99%. You have an obligation to pay the school and the county whatever their 100% of their tax levy is, right? We make those checks payable to them, okay? That difference between what we do collect, what we bill and what we collect is our obligation, right? It's our bad debt. So we have to account for all of that. So last year that number was $3 million. Right now I've put it at 3.5, because when I formulated this document, I didn't know at that time whether both questions that were put before the voters were going to pass. I heard today the second question did not pass. So when we revisit our obligation to the school, and we need to find out what their FY27 budget is going to look like. When we revisit that obligation, that number may change when the budget comes back to you for introduction at the first meeting in April. Okay? The largest increase this year was for group insurance, $3.1 million. Okay? In 2025, the township was part of the state health benefits plan, right? You've all seen the articles about the death spiral that they're in, and the increases to their membership was 36.9% in 2026, and it's expected to be even higher than that in 2027. The township made the fiscally responsible decision to extricate itself from the state health benefits plan and now is insured through a private carrier. While the savings is not the expected number from the state number, the plan is just to get out of the state plan and in 2027 get a better handle on what our claims are, because the state is very difficult in terms of telling you what your claims experience was, right? So we're saving, I think, $188,000 over what the premiums would have been with the state, and in 27, hopefully that number starts to stabilize and we don't have 35% increases, okay? So even with that 3.1, and I'll talk in a minute about how that was achieved, we still only have $1 million operational increase if you take out the increase for the reserve, okay? The pension obligations this year decreased $435,000. That's the township's obligations to the state of New Jersey to fund the police and fire retirement systems and the public employee retirement systems. It's basically the township's match for the employees' contributions. That went down $439,000. Municipal debt service went down $39,000. The budget right now calls for a decrease in capital improvements of $1.5 million. I've talked about the reserve. That's going to change. Okay? The assessed value from the town did not change very much. It's now $7,217,000 and went up $5 million. Okay? So as I said before, you know, the budget, the initial look at the budget, even before I got here with Mr. Marks, was that the health insurance was going to cripple the budget operations, right? So the tack that was taken this year was to, on the spending side, look to reduce departmental spending, okay? And I want to make that distinction because there are many, many items of spending in the budget which cannot be touched, right? You cannot come in and say, across the board, 5% reductions. We have pension obligations, debt service obligations, statutory obligations for the revaluation. You cannot just take a knife to the budget and just cut an arbitrary percentage. Nobody can do that, not just Montclair. No town can do that. But Mr. Marks, his idea was to pare back departmental expenses by 5% in total. That's salaries and wages and operating in those departments that have salaries and wages and operating. And that's the tack that we've taken. Mr. Marks has met with all the department heads and had that conversation, and if this budget were to be introduced and adopted at those levels, it will be the department head's responsibility to manage their departments with the resources that the governing body has given them, okay? Resources being human capital and the operating expenses in those budgets, right? That is their responsibility as department heads, right? And Mr. Marks' responsibility to manage them to manage their departments. Okay. So all that being said, and we've made some considerations for the increases in gasoline and electric and utilities that seem to be, also, crippling some towns in New Jersey. All that being said, the budget we expect to introduce at the first meeting in April. And if we do that, we will meet the statutory obligation to introduce by March 30th or the first meeting thereafter. Obviously, we're not going to make March 31st because that would have been tonight. So your first meeting in April will satisfy the statutory requirement to introduce, and then the budget will go to the state of New Jersey for their review, and then when it comes back and we've answered all their questions, it'll be scheduled for adoption at your first meeting in March. Okay? The budget right now calls for May, I'm sorry, I say March? I need a time machine. So the budget right now calls for a 2.2 cent increase in the local tax rate. Last year's rate was 86.8 cents. This year it would be 89, okay? If it was to be passed as we plan on introducing it, that's a 2.55% increase in the local rate only, okay? So the budget is in balance, okay, because it has to be. The budget we're presenting and hope to introduce, and again, there might be some minor changes with respect to the reserve fund collected taxes, but for the most part, it'll be the budget you have in front of you, at least the document you have, is within the two caps. So New Jersey has two cap restrictions for all municipalities in New Jersey. The first one is a spending cap, and cap doesn't stand for anything. It's not an acronym. It's one of the few things in New Jersey that's not an acronym. It's an artificial limitation on municipal spending, right? Not all municipal spending, not utilities, right? Not debt service, not capital, not the library, that's a separate tax. There's some other things that are outside of the scope of the limitation, but for the most part, it's all your departmental operating expenses. So the statutory maximum is a 3.5% increase, okay? But in order to achieve a 3.5% possible increase, you have to adopt an ordinance to get to there, and that's on the agenda tonight. Every year, the Director of Local Government Services sets what is known as the index rate, okay? He can set that between 0 and 2.5%. This year, it was set at 2%. So the ordinance you have in front of you takes that 2% and says, we want the possibility of increasing our in-cap spending by another 1.5%. It does not say we're going to go there. It says we need the possibility to go there in the event our appropriations cannot fit within that 2.5%. The 3.5% is the statutory maximum, right? The other benefit of doing that ordinance is that it preserves for the next 3 years what's known as a cap bank. If you do not use all the allocation that the 3.5% provides to you, you can use the difference over the next 3 years if you need to. So as I've calculated that number this year, this document that you see in front of you, that you will see, will be $225,000 under the spending cap, right? Was that my 5 minutes? Will be $225,000 under the spending cap if you pass what's known as the COLA ordinance, introduction and then adoption. Okay? So it's within the spending cap permitted by the state, required by the state. So the second cap is known as the levy cap. This law was passed in 2010 that limits local property tax levy increases, not the rate, levy increases to 2%, okay, plus any exceptions that a town may have for obligations over 2% for debt service, capital improvements, pension, and LoSAP, which we don't have, okay? This budget is within that calculation. Because of the decreases in pension, we don't have those sorts of obligations. Our debt service remains the same, so we don't have some of the exceptions, but within $1 of the permitted maximum, right, which is slightly above 2%. Right? So the budget would be statutorily introduced on time, hopefully adopted on time, and presented to the state within both caps, with an expectation that the majority of departmental expenses would have a 5% reduction to make up for the fact that our group insurance was $3.5 million increase. And again, we'll revisit our obligation for the county and school for what their levies are. I still have to speak to the county. I've estimated a certain percentage for their increase in their levy, and I did the same thing for the school, but now that the second question has not passed, I'll have to revisit that. Okay? So that's my presentation for what it's worth. I'm open for any questions, I guess, as is Mr. Marks, I hope.
Great, thank you very much.
And the expectation would be to introduce at the next meeting and then schedule the adoption and public hearing for the first meeting in May.
Okay. Counsel? Questions? Eric? I'm sorry, Councilor
just
D'Amato?
Just a small one. So our provisioning for uncollectible taxes,
Right.
in reality, that is what happens in that year, but do we get often, does that end at the same level, given our status as I would imagine the most senior?
Not always. So
Yeah, because we're the senior lien holder on anything that we put a tax lien on, correct?
Well, in terms of, so at the end of the year, there were delinquent taxes at the end of the year.
Right.
Those taxes will be collected this year when they'll either be paid in the beginning part of the year, or more than likely, the tax collector will hold what's known as a tax sale.
Right.
Sometime later in the year. They sell the taxes. They're not selling the property. They're selling the taxes. And either the resident, the homeowner will pay.
Right.
Or the tax owner, it might not be a home, could be a, commercial. The person who owns the property will pay the delinquent taxes with the appropriate state penalties, or a third-party lien holder will come to this room and bid on the taxes, and they will pay us, but in some fashion, we will get our money.
Right.
So
That's my question,
from
is
the
really, we get
prior
our
year's
money.
taxes, we're almost made whole. We do have a significant number of tax title liens, where that means that the township holds the lien for the property because nobody bought the taxes, and this is an accumulation over years. That number is pretty significant. It's about $1.4 million.
Yeah.
That, over the years, the taxes that remained unpaid either by the homeowner, property owner, or third-party investor still remained unpaid. So now the township has them, and so we hold the lien, right? We can foreclose on those properties, but it takes a couple of years to foreclose statutorily.
And then we are also, given the state of real estate in the town, in a similarly better position than some other municipalities, which may not actually be able to get made whole on any property over which they have a lien.
Absolutely,
Right. So, just so people know that this is an ongoing thing, that we are usually made whole on
Yes,
any
you're
bad
usually
tax
made whole,
debts.
right?
Okay.
Yes.
Fine.
Yep.
Thank
And
you.
most towns are usually made whole, yes.
Other? No? No? Councilor Harrison, did you have anything?
Just, I want, just as partially for the benefit of the public, how much in last year's budget and how much in this year's budget is paying principal and interest on the prior form of the school creation that the township?
When they were type 1?
Yes.
Now, the tax rate that I just spoke of has nothing to do with that, just so you understand.
No, I understand, but it's ultimately money.
The principal and interest combined remain the same. So the principal this year on the type 1 school debt is $6,860,000, and the interest is $1,018,000. There's a separate tax on your tax bill. So Montclair has the luxury of having 3 taxes on their tax bill, 3 local taxes, not counting the school and the type 2 school in the county. Your tax bill has 3 local taxes. It has a tax to support the municipal operations. That's the tax I'm speaking about tonight. That's the one that's going up 2.2 cents. You have a library tax because you have a library. That tax is determined by the state of New Jersey. It's based on your assessed value. It's not a number that the township can budget less than. We budget more than. We provide additional support to the library, right? But that minimum support creates its own separate tax. This year, that number is $4,271,000. Last year it was $3,888,000. Okay? That's a separate tax on your tax bill. And then the third tax is the tax to support the type 1 school district. Okay? That tax agrees to how much we pay in debt service, which this year is $7.8 million. Okay? So when you look at your local tax bill, there's 3 separate taxes local: the municipal operations, type 1 school debt, and the library. The type 1 school debt will be off your books in 2031. Okay? So obviously the school's issuing their own debt now. They became type 2, I think, in 2021, but we still have the obligation for the debt that was issued while they were type 1. I believe it goes through 2030, maybe 2031.
Decreasing.
Yeah, decreasing every year, yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely, yep.
Anyone else? No? No.
Just a quick
Councilor
question.
Birmingham?
Thank you for this. I heard someone say it's I don't know if it was in Hoboken, because in Hoboken they're talking about a 20% tax increase, and that this is one of the most difficult budget years.
Absolutely. I've been doing this. So this is my 46th year. It's not meant to get applause. It's just meant to tell you how old I am. This is my 46th year working in municipal finance, okay, since 1980.
Yeah.
Okay. And every year we always say this is the worst year, right? and every year it kind of is, right?
Yeah.
There's very little resources that towns have to create their own revenues, right? Almost every revenue has to be, ordained by the state of New Jersey, whether it be cannabis or pilots, right? If you're unfortunate enough to be in the state health benefit system for the last 3 years, your premiums have increased 100% in the last 3 years. Now, 37% this year was not an anomaly, right? It was almost the same the last 2 years. I would say since 2023, so 4, 5, and 6, it's gone up. It's doubled, right?
Yeah.
And the towns that are getting out of the state health benefits are the ones that have decent experience. The towns that are not are because their experience is so bad nobody will take them. They can't go into a health insurance fund. They can't go to a private carrier because their experience is so bad. So what's going to be left is it's going to be one of those, the old uninsured, non-insured, underinsured, at the state for car insurance. It's going to be all high-risk towns, schools, counties, et cetera, in that pool. So the fact that the township got out of that is very fortunate. The fact that our experience was good enough that we could get out was very fortunate for a little bit for this year, but more importantly for
Hopefully
the future.
going forward.
Going
right.
forward, absolutely. Yep.
One thing just about the fund balance, because I know we do try and track that and keep it flat. You had mentioned, I think we've talked about with the storms this year, that you can put some money into a trust, a fund trust that doesn't count against the cap and the appropriations. That basically came out of our fund balance, correct? Like that, or how would that have?
So this year's budget is being presented to use $1 million less in fund balance than last year because our fund balance dropped $1 million.
Yep.
So essentially, we're using the same, level of allocation. $8 million last year, $7 million this year. The way the towns regenerate their fund balance is a couple of ways. One, they can have revenue that gets collected greater than what they anticipate. You put $1 million in for court fines, and you collect $1.3 million. That's $300,000 that goes into your pocket, right? Into the coffers, right? Shouldn't say in the pocket in a government setting, I guess. The other way is that at the end of 2 years, whatever remains unspent from a budget, right, adopted spending side of the budget, becomes fund balance for the town. So at the end of 2025, there was a certain level of appropriations that remained unpaid and unencumbered and unspent, right? And if we did nothing to those, they would have become fund balance at the end of 26. What I did, and you passed resolutions to this effect, was I did budget transfers, and this is all, allowable by this budget law. I did budget transfers from some of those accounts into our storm trust to the tune of about $1 million. So that bolstered our storm trust because the cost of the storm this year were extraordinary. They were so extraordinary that the governor gave an executive order that said they can be outside the spending cap. Towns can't afford to be restricted to 3.5% if the current storm of the century, cost towns $1 million. But we didn't have to do that because I used last year's money to fund the snow. If we'd put it in this year's budget, it would have been difficult to maintain, to get within the spending cap, because that would have been another $1 million. The consequence of that is, at the end of 2026, there'll be less money from 2025's unencumbered budget to become fund balance. So it's either budget it and have difficulty meeting the spending cap, or use last year's numbers and try to regenerate surplus in a different fashion.
And then do you mind just talking a little bit about the pension in terms of this year, our pension went down a little bit. Last year it went up, and the year before it went up a lot. There's a lot of uncertainty because it relies on your head count. It also relies on the investment rate of return that they're getting. So in terms of, do you have a sense of projection for us, or?
I know that, so the state of New Jersey's pension system is basically it's like a, quadrangle. There's the local police and fire, state police and fire, local PERS, state PERS. They're not supposed to cross, right? The state has been funding their pension to their fullest obligation for the past, I don't know, maybe 7 to 10 years now. The current budget that the new governor put forth fully funds it. At the local level, municipalities' pension obligations, and by the way, schools don't pay pension for teachers. The state pays the pension for teachers. Okay? They pay pension for non-teachers. In 2026, our pension obligation is based on the salaries from 2024 that the township had, right? And then that number that's actually just the second quarter of 24. It's always 2-year lag. And then they multiply it by 4 to annualize it, right? And then they apply their actuarially calculated number to say that percentage, when applied to all the towns, will keep the system healthy, okay? That number is dropped this year, right? For the public employees, it's about, I want to say 15%, and for police and fire, it's about 39%, okay? So that's the match, It's not a direct dollar for dollar match. Employees pay 7.5%. Police and firemen pay 10% of their own salary into the pension system. So obviously the municipalities and anybody else contributing at a government level pay more. I mean, for police, we pay almost 3 times, more than 3 times, and for the local municipalities, we pay more than double, right, as a match. Okay, so the fund is healthier this year. The expected rate of return, I guess, was better. So they lowered those actuarially calculated percentages. Right? That kind of seems to be the trend, as the system gets healthier. There haven't been any. I'm a retiree, right? So there are no COLA increases. I don't expect one in my lifetime, right? I retired in 2019 at a certain pension. I expect to get that pension forever. I don't expect to ever get an increase in that pension. Okay? Same thing with the police, right? Police have the option to increase theirs. They have their own investment council. They can vote to increase their cost of living adjustments. They have not yet, but they can. There's no such animal on the PERS side.
Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else on council? No.
No?
Okay, manager, anyone? No?
Okay, thank
Okay,
you.
thank you very much.
As Stephen and I, work through some possible changes to the document you have in front of you, we'll get that to you before the introduction, probably before the next Finance Committee meeting at the Friday before the introduction. We'll talk through those and then bring you a copy of the resolution for introduction at the first meeting in April.
Great.
Okay,
Thank you very much.
Have a good evening.
Thank you. You as well. Okay, the next portion of this meeting is the public comment. Please, if you haven't done so, if you would sign at the front table here. And when you come up, please, we're going to try to really hold you to your 3 minutes, so help us with that, please. You can come forward. I'd like for you to tell us your name, have your 3 minutes. We are interested in what you have to say. Also, if you wish to make any comments on any pending ordinances that we have listed, will you please do so during that part of the meeting? The 2 pending ordinances that we have this evening are pending ordinance 02603, an ordinance authorizing execution of a financial agreement between Township of Montclair and Lackawanna, Montclair Urban Renewal LLC, and pending ordinance 0-26-07, Ordinance to amend Chapter 82, Animals of the Code of Township of Montclair, Essex County, New Jersey, to prohibit the use of lethal methods of wildlife management within the Township of Montclair. So please, if you wish to be heard on those two pending ordinance, will you do that during the portion of the meeting when we will discuss those ordinances? Yes. Okay, my apologies, because we closed the public hearing on the Lackawanna Plaza. We're going to look forward to you coming up now. So my apologies. If you want to speak about the Lackawanna Plaza, now would be the time to do that. Thank you. Okay, hey, good evening, Saul. How are you? Or I should say Commissioner.
Okay, good evening, everyone. Thank you again for having us here for public comment. Of course, it's always a great opportunity to exercise our democracy and this opportunity to share our voices with you all. Like I came to talk about last week, I'd like to again implore you all to work on the Montclair Trust Act. I especially appreciate the work that our mayor has been doing on that. It really means a lot to me and the rest of the community, especially out of Jersey, to be pushing this act. And we are really hoping that Montclair can continue to go for this initiative to not only become a safe and welcoming town to immigrants, but also a sanctuary city. I understand that that can be a challenging concept to look for, but I'd like to reiterate a few points I brought forward last week. First of all, we've previously been put on a list of sanctuary jurisdictions. If we have something to fear, it's already happened. We don't need to be afraid of more federal retributions that are less than likely to happen at this point. Additionally, Newark became a sanctuary city, like I said last time, in 2017. That's almost a decade ago. We're far behind, and if we want to really become a town that can lead this state, potentially even the nation, we should take this initiative and push ourselves forward. New Jersey as a state as a whole has also been targeted by the current administration as a sanctuary jurisdiction. We should really take this title of pride and take this opportunity upon ourselves to push forward. Honestly, we're knocking on the door. We're knocking on the door of becoming a sanctuary city. We're doing everything around it. We're becoming a welcoming town. We're pushing forward the Montclair Trust Act. All that's left now is his last name, to codify it, to solidify it. Through a resolution, through an ordinance, it doesn't matter. It needs to happen, though. We have to put forward this message and be clear about it. We can't beat around the bush. We have to be very obvious in what we're trying to say, and that is that we welcome and care about immigrants in our township. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next guest, please.
My name is Thea Cook. I live at 9 Laurel Place in the 1st Ward. So let's talk about the Montclair Trust Act. In last week's Montclair local article, Montclair moves towards immigrant protections after student walkout. It was noted that Councilors Harrison and Shin Anderson and Mayor Baskerville have expressed their support. How about the rest of you? I know for a fact that there are constituents in each of your wards demanding and deserving your voices. Represent them. Represent the immigrants in Montclair and in our community. Speak up and take action. You were not provided with the opportunity to make change, so you can stay silent while residents live in fear for themselves or others. I want to hear your support, and I want to see its impact. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Next guest, please.
Hi.
Good evening.
My name is Jill Beckman-Gaines. I live at 50 Gordonhurst Avenue in the 2nd Ward. I'm here tonight to demand that you share pilot money with our schools now. I have 2 kids in the Montclair School District. The oldest is a 6th grader at Renaissance Middle School. 2 weeks ago, I had to do one of the hardest things I've ever had to do as a parent. I had to tell my son that his beloved school was closing down. The heartbreak in his eyes is an image that will haunt me forever. And it's an image I wish I could share with all of you as you discuss this Lackawanna development deal and all other development deals that rely on the use of pilots in this town. I am new to this fight. I will not speak as eloquently as other community members who have been beating this drum for years. But what I do know is that by not sharing pilot fees with the school district, the town is stealing resources from our children. and my kid is paying the price. Montclair is a small town, a bedroom community as the realtors call it. We have a small footprint with precious few opportunities for commercial real estate and the large influx of property taxes that they could bring. While it may be charming to live in a town without any big box stores, I sometimes wish that Target could help pay for our schools. That is why it is doubly insulting that for the few opportunities we do have to collect property taxes from large commercial properties, the town is cutting deals with developers so that they can avoid giving any money to our school district. This is totally insane to me. And I know that there are other circumstances that have led to the current calamities with the school district. I know there was district mismanagement. I know we are hamstrung by the 2% tax cap from the state. But I also know that according to the recent explainer put out by the Montclair Partnership for Equity, Accountability, and Trust, that if pilot developments had been paying their property taxes for the last 10 years, $28 million would have gone to the school tax levy. That's $28 million paid by developers instead of homeowners like me. And I can't help but wonder, if the district had been getting its fair share this whole time, would my kids' incredible school be closing this June? Montclair is nothing without its schools. It's why my husband and I moved here 12 years ago and why almost every one of our neighbors chose to call Montclair home. But now we face an uncertain future as we weigh sending our neurodivergent kid to a school with 3 times the student body, or try to figure out a way to pay for private school. And if we're paying out of pocket for private school, does it make sense to stay in this town where we pay some of the highest property taxes in the country, and we're left wondering what exactly we're paying for? Who will want to fill all those condo units at Lackawanna if our schools are deemed undesirable? So please, as you make your final deliberations about the Lackawanna Development Project, make sure that you are including language to share pilot revenue with the schools. The future of our schools and our town depend on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next guest, please.
Thank you. My name is Doug Soroka. I'm a 35-year resident of Union Street. I just wanted to voice my full support for the Montclair Trust Act and say that I'm totally opposed to any local law enforcement cooperation with ICE. This is America. This should not be happening here. ICE out. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next guest, please.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Ryan Coakley. I live at 64 Grandview Place in the 1st Ward. And as a concerned resident of Montclair, I'm here to express my strong support for the proposed pilot agreement tied to the Lackawanna development. I've lived here for 18 years, and most of them have been waiting for somebody to do something with Lackawanna Plaza. While I understand the urge to compare this to more conventional tax structures, the pilot framework seems to clearly deliver a significantly larger and much more immediate financial benefit to the township itself, growing from over $400K in year 1 to nearly $1.9 million in year 5. This represents a meaningful and sustained revenue stream that directly strengthens municipal services, infrastructure, and fiscal stability without placing additional burden on residents. And we all know, based upon the recent fiscal crisis facing our schools, that we could use these funds immediately. Equally important, this agreement reflects a partnership with a developer and a development team who's willing to invest in our community in a way that aligns with the town's financial interests. I do not see a clear downside here. Supporting this project sends a clear message that we in Montclair are open to smart, forward-looking development that maximizes local benefit. I encourage the council to move forward with confidence and to approve the pilot agreement as a practical and advantageous step for our town's future. Thank you.
Thank you. Next guest, please.
Good evening. My
Good
name is
evening.
Johanna Coxeter. I live in the 4th Ward. And I just have to say, I think I was listening to some alternative facts from the previous gentleman, who was very erudite, but pilots are subsidies for developers. Rather than share pilot money with the schools, don't even have a pilot. Let it just go to the schools. This is what the townspeople really want. Also, I want to ask you to allow the animal shelter to accept animals from outside the town. My cat is from the south. She was in a lab, and I'm so happy to give her a home. at least accept animals from Newark. I don't understand why this is happening. And also, I support Montclair being a sanctuary city. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next guest, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I strongly urge approval of the pilot and BDB holdings for the Lackawanna project.
I'm sorry, would you please state your
I'm
name
sorry,
for the
Copeland
record?
Birchie, I apologize. While reasonable people can differ, and we've heard many differences, this really should not be a close call. This is a high-quality, viable proposal. It will not be built without municipal support. There is no superior alternative waiting in the wings, and given Montclair's track record, it is unrealistic to expect that one will emerge. Delay is not a neutral act. It means more years of vacancy, deterioration, and another reset with a future council. We've seen this movie before. Worse, adding financial burden now only increases the risk of failure. If we want this project to succeed, and we should, we need to support it, not weaken it. The developer's success is directly aligned with the township's success. Leadership is making hard decisions in the face of noise and uncertainty, and this is one of those moments. Approve the pilot, support the project, and let's move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Next guest, please.
Good evening. My name is Nola Kim. Last time I stood here, I spoke about the 400 students who walked out to demand action on immigration issues in our community. I asked whether our voices mattered. This week, I got my answer. Since then, we've heard from some council members who say that they support the Montclair Trust Act. We know there's talk about moving forward, drafting proposals, and weighing legal details, but talk is not enough. No ordinance has been introduced, no vote has been scheduled, and tonight there isn't even an immigrated relation measure on the council's agenda. Because instead of action, we've seen inaction. Instead of transparency, we've seen that this is being held up at the fine legal points. If that is the case, then say it clearly. Set a timeline, show progress. Because right now, there's no transparency, purely silence and inaction. Without a timeline, without accountability, working on it sounds a lot like avoiding it. And while this is being delayed, people in this community are not living in theory. They are living with this real fear. According to a 2025 the National Library of Medicine, nearly 42% of children and families affected by immigration enforcement show symptoms of depression, and 32% experience post-traumatic stress disorder. This trauma doesn't affect just individuals, it impacts entire families and our community's well-being. Children's ability to learn and thrive suffers when their homes feel unsafe, and anxiety spreads beyond the affected families to us all. Imagine waking up every day, feeling like you're walking on glass. Every sound, every unexpected knock makes your heart race. You want to live normally, go to school, go to work, visit friends, but fear is a constant companion. It's not just worry, it's a heavy weight that shadows every moment. Now think about carrying that weight with you all day long. Every moment is filled with what ifs. What if today is the day your family is separated? What if the safe space you've known suddenly isn't safe anymore? That fear isn't imaginary or distant, it's real. It's happening here, right now in our own community. Now imagine knowing that the people who represent you in your town are aware of that fear and yet choose to delay meaningful action. This is what inaction looks like. So I'm not here to ask for more discussion. I'm asking for a timeline. I'm asking for accountability and action, because silence and delay sends a message too, and it's one of neglect. Neglect for the people you are supposed to support and protect. Doing nothing is still a choice, and the longer you choose it, the clearer your message becomes. This community deserves more than just talk. We deserve action. We deserve leaderships who don't just hear us, but who respond. The time for waiting is over. The time for excuses is over. Thank you for listening, for discussing this important issues, and for the work you are beginning to do. Now, we ask you to turn those words around into real timely action. My question truly is, will you stand with us or will you stand aside? Thank you.
Thank you. Next guest, please.
Good evening. My name is Victoria Luna. I spoke here last week on the same topic I will speak on tonight. I read the article posted on the Montclair Local, and I will say that I'm so pleased to hear that you are, or some of you at least, are in support of the Montclair Trust Act. I don't have much to say tonight. I simply want to echo my friends here and urge you to move quickly. Please don't draw this out any longer than necessary. Please don't delay in taking action. It's been long enough. The current administration has been working tirelessly every day to ensure that immigrants and anyone who looks like an immigrant feel fear in their daily lives. These are real people, my people, your people, and they deserve action. So please pass this as an ordinance, and please do it soon. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next guest, please.
Good evening, Town Council and community members.
Good evening.
My name is Jeffrey Robert Grayson. I will begin tonight by reimagining a quote from Hamlet. To build or not to build? That is the question. Whether 'tis nobler in the mind to suffer the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune of a flawed redevelopment plan, or to raise our voices against a sea of troubles by opposing, end them. The Lackawanna redevelopment plan has sat at the center of a cultural divide in Montclair ever since the Pathmark supermarket closed in 2015. Supporters of the project say, let's move forward because anything is better than nothing. And David Placek is such a nice man and an asset to the community. Yes, indeed, Mr. Placek has ingratiated himself to members of the community, from the police department, the commercial business sector, various civic organizations, past and present council members, one of whom resigned abruptly and fled across the country once his name was linked to a health benefits scandal. Two of whom sit on the council today as guaranteed approval votes regardless of any information they receive to the contrary. I personally don't know David Placek from Adam, so I won't comment on his likability, credibility, reliability, or integrity. There are plenty of people in town that can testify to those traits. If we move forward with this, we need to be 110% certain that David Placek has the financial wherewithal, experience, and capability to complete a project of this magnitude, and that has nothing to do with him being a nice guy. As Michael Corleone famously told his brother in The Godfather, it's not personal, Sonny, it's strictly business. This council is being asked to grant a pilot that will provide a trickle-down benefit to the township, but provide an immediate benefit to the developer. If Montclair is such a hot market, why is it that the developer always seems to have the upper hand? It appears that someone in the room doing negotiations and planning is working at cross purposes. In lieu of a pilot, why aren't we asking for a substantial upfront payment to be applied to the current and future school deficits? With recent cutbacks in the police and fire departments, why aren't we asking for recurring contributions to those departments, since this project will greatly increase demands on their manpower? These upfront and recurring payments will provide an immediate benefit to taxpayers and help keep our public safety units fully staffed. Here in Montclair, we await the day when a developer comes to town and makes us an offer we can't refuse. Until that day arrives, to build or not to build will always be the question. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next guest, please.
Good evening, Mayor Dr. Renee Elise Baskerville and members of the Township Council. Please know that I love you and I respect you deeply. Thank you for everything you do.
Love you too.
Anyway, I am here. I'm a longtime I've lived in Montclair for 21 years, over 2 decades, since Friday, June 24th, 2005. My name is Noah Gale, and I am here to speak tonight about the Lackawanna. I am asking you to do your part and vote yes on Lackawanna, because Lackawanna has been sitting empty since Pathmark closed for over a decade, since Saturday, November 7th, 2015. Guess what? That was over 10 years ago, over a decade ago, almost 11 years ago at this point. It seems like another lifetime ago, I know. Sorry to make myself feel old, but it's true. Anyway, so I am asking you to do your part and do the things that you promised on the campaign trail to do that when you were elected. And part of that is vote yes on Lackawanna. That should be a part of a plan. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next guest, please.
My name is James Purcellay. I live on Alexander Court. First of all, totally in support of what Mr. Grayson so artfully expressed. However, my concerns here are very basic. One is I would like the board to get in touch with the Public Works Department and see why, now that winter is over, we had so many mounds of salt spread in this town. This is a photograph of what every sewer states, which is don't drain into the sewers because it will get into the waterways. We had so much salt, huge, giant crystals of salt going all the way up my driveway. I mean, and there were mounds of it after the snow left. And where does that all go? Into our drinking water. It used to be that there was a brine mix, and I'm sure it cost less and put this thin layer and was equally effective. So I would like to see why the town is polluting our waters with such huge amounts of salt, which is probably very expensive, and it's overdone. While we're on the subject of roads, both Alexander Court, Park Street, Alexander Avenue, and others were beautifully paved. They were dug up by these huge machines, must have cost, hundreds of thousands of dollars. This happened last year. Within a month, they were all dug up by PSE&G to put in high-pressure gas lines. I would like to establish some means of communication with the Public Works Department and PSE&G just on an environmental level. I mean, how can you dig up the roads, deposit all this crap somewhere, and then pave it, and now it has to be dug up again? Number two is I understand that PSE&G is responsible within 5 years of a newly paved road to redo them curb to curb. I want to make sure that happens because these roads are scarred, a mess, and it's just such a damn shame just from the environmental level alone to have done all this work. I don't know who paid for it, whether it was grant money or town money, but you just had to look at the machines to see how expensive this job was. We have to fix this because this town cannot waste any more money on debacles like this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next guest, please.
Hi, my name is Jamie Bedrin, and thank you to the previous speakers who already used movie references, because now mine will just be one more. So I'm the mother of 2 children in the school system. They're 17 and 12 and a half. I'm also the PTA president of Renaissance Middle School. Maybe you've heard of it. My son's school is closing. I'm not fighting the decision because we really need to take one for the team. And so I'm here to say, well, our schools, they need financial help, right? This isn't breaking news. Education is expensive. Our kids and teachers are worth it. And our schools, and I've said this before, but truly are the heartbeat of this town. So let me tell you about the movie Dave. You ever see it? Kevin Kline, Sigourney Weaver. There's this big budget scene in the movie. Dave is trying to balance the budget. And he wants to save a homeless shelter for kids. And he says to one of his colleagues, I don't want to tell an 8-year-old kid that he's got to sleep in the street. Do you want to tell him that? And the colleague says, no, sir, I sure don't. You heard tonight what Jill Beckman said about telling her son that his school was closing. I don't want to close another one. I'm a real person with kids in the schools. It's really quite traumatic to tell your kid, I'm sorry, you won't be going here. It's the children, the teachers, the paras, the custodians, the security officers, the secretaries, the lunch supervisors. It's not a joke. This town needs to do better. We're making a very big sacrifice. Like I said, taking one for the team. Let's figure out how we can work together and do our part for our children. There's nothing more important than their education and safety. Thank you.
Thank you. Next guest, please.
Tony Martin, North Fullerton Avenue. What we have here is a failure to communicate. Frankly, Scarlett, I don't give a damn. I'll have what she's having. Okay, now that that's out of the way. I actually thought about not coming tonight, and as you know, I'm very faithful coming here and speaking, because I was dispirited by the last discussion of the pilot program here. One counselor asked whether or not it was normal to have a pilot like the one you are considering tonight. Normal? We don't want to be normal. We want to be great. We want to have a fabulous, well-financed, and stable plan for Lackawanna. Another counselor was primarily concerned with whether or not the terms of the agreement fit within existing regulation and law. Okay, the law is the law. On the other hand, where there's a will, there's a way. And why we elected you was to be as creative and citizen-focused as possible. In my view, the pilot is not citizen-focused. And yes, there are regulations. There's all this that's been sunk into this project. But let's not have tradition and inertia be the power broker here. Let's have your brain power and the assembled brain power of the citizenry be the deciding matter. I thank you for listening to all of us about this. I hate that this is tearing the town apart in the same way that we've been torn apart over the school budget. I see the signs, yes, on Lackawanna. I'm not a no on Lackawanna. I love Lackawanna. I want Lackawanna to be great. I am a no on this pilot, and I ask you to spend one more minute, one more hour, one more week, however long it takes to reconsider. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next guest, please.
Hi, I'm Matthew Peller, Alexander Avenue. Sorry, I'm a little under the weather, and I had the flu last week, so I couldn't come, and I sent you guys an email. So I'll just reiterate that, you know, you need to implement remote public comment for these meetings, and there's no reason why it can't be done. The school board does it, and, you know, there's not been any issues with it. On the Lackawanna pilot, I think you guys know that the 10%, you know, is too low. The assumption for school funding at $10,000 or whatever it is completely wrong, and it's way too low. It's more than half below. I don't think any state spends as little as $10,000 these days per student per year to educate students. So if that's a plug required under the administrative law, it might be, you know, legally correct, but it's just factually has no relation to reality, and the number of students assumed is too low. So if you're going to have a pilot for Lackawanna Plaza to push it forward, the amount that goes to the schools needs to be in there, because there's going to be kids living in these apartments and they need to be educated. And if it's not coming from the pilot, then the rest of us are bearing that burden. Thank you.
Thank you. Next guest, please.
Hi, Bonnie Fogel, 16 Forest Street. Toto, I don't think we're in Kansas anymore. I just want to express my gratitude that I know this job is really enormous, and I don't expect people on the dais to have extensive real-life experience with finances and banking and commercial development. But we're so lucky that there are people in this town who do and love this town and share their knowledge, and I'm very, very grateful for them. I'm very grateful for them. So thank you to those people who work so hard on this who are not getting any kudos. Residents have been told that we're not allowed to participate in the upside that their tax concessions, density bonuses, zoning approvals, and town appeal help create. But let's focus for a moment on who does get to participate. First, the banks. The developer has indicated that 65% of total project cost, approximately $212 million, will be funded with commercial loans. On that amount, banks will earn roughly $21.5 million during construction, plus another $2.5 million upon permanent financing. Leasing agents will earn approximately $6.7 million. Insurance companies, $1.3 million. Architects, engineers, and attorneys, roughly $5 million. And when the property ultimately sells, brokers will earn another $2 to $4 million. The developer itself will be paid approximately $11 million in overhead. In total, that's roughly $50 million. Much of it in commissions, all expensed against net profit. So, what do we residents get? Discounted pilot payments at about $20,000 to $30,000 if the property sells. That does not sound like a partnership. To recap, every bank, every lender, every leasing agent, every broker, every attorney, even the developer, they all get paid. Residents don't. Why? Not because the law requires it, but because that's how this deal was intentionally structured. Amen. I also want to state that what Tony said was just brilliant. And the reality is that normal, or if it's normally done like something, is totally unacceptable. Because when we have a lawyer that we pay who works for us, they're not supposed to be telling us what's normal. They're supposed to be negotiating and advocating for us. If anybody here has ever had any legal dealings and paid an attorney, that's what you expect of them. Not to say, oh no, that's normal, that's what people get. That's not what we hire lawyers for. So, please, thank you.
Thank you. Next guest, please.
Roddy Moore, Third Ward Council. You're a Third Ward Councilor. Third Ward resident. So, Dr. Mayor, Council, I want to briefly revisit some of the legal points raised at the last council meeting related to whether the statute allows economic participation outside the pilot payment. The question isn't how pilot payments are calculated. The statute is clear on that. The real question is whether the township can negotiate additional participation, particularly at the time of sale. Because what I'm proposing is straightforward. Residents should share in the project's upside above and beyond standard pilot payments. The 2% provision referenced last week is an administrative fee. It applies when ownership changes to allow the tax exemption to continue. It does not prohibit participation in sale proceeds, two entirely different concepts. Section 15 of the same statute explicitly provides for excess profit payments to the municipality. At a minimum, that tells us that the statute contemplates participation beyond base pilot payments. This part was left out. This may be why the agreement explicitly excludes sale proceeds from annual gross revenue, a drafting choice with direct implications for whether excess net profits are ever realized. That's not required by statute, that's a choice. Separately, redevelopment law gives the township broad negotiating authority. The redevelopment agreement can also be used to supplement the pilot agreement. Two different documents governed by two different statutes. That part was left out. Taken together, these provisions suggest there may be more flexibility available than has been conveyed. And if that's the case, residents deserve to understand why these insights weren't proactively offered during last week's exchange. Because after all, we're paying for legal advice, not strategically curated Q&A. Residents are contributing real value to this project through tax concessions, density bonuses, and the rest, which residents, particularly town's broader appeal, which residents themselves create and sustain. Whether and how the township participates in the value is a policy decision. During the last election cycle, we heard a lot of buzzwords. We heard about trust, but structuring deals is one-sided. When there are viable ways for residents to participate, erodes the public trust. We heard about affordability, but this deal both increases average rents and shifts educational costs on everyone else not lucky enough to score a discounted unit because our schools are excluded. And to be clear, that's property owners and renters alike. That's 49 new students based on the unit mix. We heard about accountability, but when negotiated deals produce this kind of outcome, it begs the question, accountable to whom? So yes, I concede that it may be exceedingly rare to see this kind of advocacy on residents' behalf, but it's not rare because it's unreasonable. It's rare because it requires making different choices. So Dr. Mayor and Council, I urge you, vote no on this agreement as it's currently structured, because there seems to be pathways that haven't been fully explored. I urge you to vote no, not because you're anti-development, not because you don't want to see a supermarket in a neighborhood that's been a food desert for far too long. I urge you to vote no simply because it's not a fair deal for residents. A yes vote not only willfully and knowingly excludes residents from sharing in the value we help create when there are legal avenues to do otherwise, but also a yes vote takes all the pilot policy mistakes of councils past and makes them your own. Montclair can do better. We should expect better. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next guest, please.
Ditto. Jessica Stolzberg, Montclair resident. I'm going to offer up what's a really lay version because I didn't know much about pilots. Probably still, anything I know I've learned from other residents and from things that I've looked at or read about. And I think the consensus seems to be, except from the consultant that you hired, that this is not a good fit for this plan or for our town, and that pilots in Montclair are really should be a relic of the past, not something you're, planning on for the future. I also was at another meeting where Mr. Placek came forward and he mentioned he's looking for a pilot for another development. So I feel like this is going to continue. I just want to mention that I attended in the end, not intentionally, 2 presentations by Mr. Hanley about the pilots. And until someone told me at the first one, I thought he was hired by the developer. I didn't realize he was for the town. And I now have read his, the presentation, I've looked through it, and it's a real exercise in confirmation bias. I don't know if anyone picked up on that the way it was presented, there were no downsides. And when you've hired someone, usually they're going to tell you pros and cons. There were no cons. This was fully pro, and that's what confirmation bias is about. Words like benefits, misconceptions, necessary, reasonableness, financial success, financial certainty. Never about why might this not be a good idea? What are we weighing? What are these, checks and balances? None of that. And then the other thing that I noticed that really caught me by surprise was that he was talking about the issue, children, how many children in the development. And for workforce housing, in 12 two-bedrooms, he said it would yield only 1 child. And yet the equivalent in affordable housing would yield 5. And then someone told me that a lot of this was based on sort of an outdated Rutgers study that was done. And I thought, well, maybe Rutgers should be looking at a new study on if workforce housing creates an infertility issue. Because it absolutely makes no sense that only 1 child would show up in 12 two-bedrooms. So I just urge you to really think about whether voting for a pilot in Montclair is right for Montclair, if it's right for the people who elected you, as people talked about the citizenry of Montclair, or is it just right for the developer? And the other thing is that we all know that right now there is a pro bono offer from a world-renowned designer, urban planner, architect, to work with Montclair on a plan that overall is better for this entire community, and to turn away from that and stick with what really is an exercise in mediocrity is another thing that I hope you'll consider. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next guest, please.
My name is Levi Siegel. I'm a senior at Montclair High School. I live in Ward 2. The ordinance for Lackawanna. This project has been in development for over a decade. The plan has been revised numerous times from public input. It includes a significant number of affordable housing units, as well as an affordable grocery store and public space. This benefits the quality of life for current Montclair residents and gives the opportunity for future residents to comfortably live in Montclair. It will be built on what is currently just a parking lot. a site that does not currently contribute to the walkable, vibrant, nor diverse atmosphere of Montclair, but would if this project were to be built. Sure, the project may not be perfect, but it still contributes so much more to Montclair than just a parking lot, including economic activity that benefits all residents, new and existing residents. There is a very high demand to live in Montclair, and the project in its current form will still adequately address that demand, even without rent control. And even if the developer makes money, because hundreds of new housing units will be added, it still massively helps affordability by addressing the supply gap. I believe this ordinance should be passed for a more affordable and enjoyable Montclair. We should not have to delay this any further. Thank you.
Thank you. Next guest, please.
Ariel Eckstedt, 316 Park Street. Houston, we have a problem. Sorry, just had to add one more. Okay, so Lackawanna Plaza represents a singular and exciting opportunity to create an extension of our town center that has the ability to serve our entire community. Its history is our town's history. Its architecture is some of our town's most treasured and important. It rests on Tony's Brook, one of the engines of the economic development of Montclair. It sits at the intersection of two of our most important streets, and its size is larger than any development in decades or for decades to come. No development is perfect, but that is not an excuse for mediocrity. This is a plan that does not serve our vibrant mix of residents, either in terms of its public offerings on the site or in its financial prospects, as our schools and infrastructure are under such duress. A tremendous amount of time and money has been invested in Lackawanna Plaza, so the human instinct is to push it through. No one wants to appear wasteful or obstructionist. But if you approve a pilot tonight, you saddle our community with a high-risk development. High risk are the words of the financial consultant hired by the town, not me. This current iteration of Lackawanna Plaza is high risk due to requirements made by the town that are out of step with the current marketplace, current ideas about how to design public space, and current environmental standards. High risk because the developer is inexperienced, as were and are the councils that have moved this plan forward. High risk because the town is saddled with a lawsuit that will impair the project's ability to move forward. There are solutions, good solutions, great solutions, solutions that benefit the residents, the town, and the developer. The current council was left with a mess. Now you have the chance to clean it up by working creatively with the developer to improve upon this plan. The pilot is your means to negotiate. Will you be victims of the sunk cost fallacy and push this through because you think you have no choice? Or will you use this pilot to hone in on a plan that benefits the people you were elected to represent? Thank you.
Thank you. Next guest, please.
Hi, I'm Mariana Horta, and I live in Montclair on Gordonhurst. So I'm not asking you to vote one way or another on Lackawanna, but I'm very disappointed that you're not talking about where the money is going. And even, those of you who promised to share pilots with the schools are mum, not a word about it. It's very disappointing that there isn't a discussion about this going towards either tax relief or the schools, because it's really deeply disappointing, the idea that will go towards more municipal overburden. Our municipality has more employees in so many departments than would be expected, given the average of other municipalities our size, so that this really needs to be justified. And beyond that, I want to talk about some things that I've heard here recently that are simply not true. And if I'm mistaken about this, please interrupt me and say that I'm mistaken, because we need to have shared facts around our opinions that may differ. But some things either are or aren't, and some of them that I heard are a little bit ridiculous, right? One of them is that pilots reduce our taxes. Today, your CFO told you they are taxing within $1 of the caps. If you're taxing within $1 of the caps and you're bringing over $5 million in pilots, those pilots are not reducing the tax. They're over and above the tax. They're funding municipal overburden. If they were actually giving us tax relief, you'd be $5 million below the caps. If I'm wrong, tell me why. The other one is that if you shared pilots with the schools, you need to raise your taxes. Again, if you're within $1 of the caps, you can't raise them. If you shared pilots with the schools, you need to cut your budget. Again, cutting municipal overburden. We don't need as large a police department as we have. We don't need as large a fire department as we have. Another one, in 2020, both the mayor and the prior mayor at the CPAC, at one of the school's debate for the mayor candidate said, pilots are not a problem because we serve the school debt. They were speaking about the type 1 debt, and that wasn't entirely a lie. It's true. The money comes in and you serve the debt. But it sounded as if pilot money was servicing the debt. Pilot money never serviced the debt. The prior CFO confirmed that. The money that services the debt comes from the addition to the local school tax, which is in all of our tax bills, and that could be reduced. That would bring no advantage to the schools, but if you put the pilots towards that, it would bring a minor advantage to the municipality because it would decrease your debt ratio, increase your ability to borrow in the future, and not do that for the schools, do that for you. But you would actually cut our taxes, which the way you're using pilots does not. It's just a scam on all of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Next guest, please.
Hi, Caitlin Brook on Aubrey Road. I did want to say thank you. I remember last week you mentioned that you were interested in sharing pilots with the schools, and I really appreciated hearing that, and I would love to hear from others similar sentiments. Likewise, I'm not going to comment on Lackawanna. I know that you guys have to negotiate this, and I know that you're balancing a lot of goals here. Just make sure that when you look back in 10 years, you're going to feel good about the decisions you made. None of us have a crystal ball, but I trust you guys will do your due diligence. I'd also like to mention, I'd like to echo the statement that we should be having virtual comment here. I know nobody wants to be here till 1 a.m. like the school districts do. I hear you. But if the reason that we're not doing it is to end the meeting earlier, it means we're cutting people off, people who want to be here. And I have left my husband for the second time in 2 weeks with my kids, and I don't want to get divorced. So I might need to bring them next week, or just not next meeting, and nobody wants that, okay? The toddlers will be running around here. It'll be crazy, okay? And then finally, I want to say that there were a group of us trying to dig out the trees under all the snow. I know that you guys, the snow that we had was crazy, and you had to do something with it. I hear you. I do think we can do something right now. And I would like to work with you. I will email you. I will come to your office. We can problem solve this. But I really want to do something because, again, I don't want us to look back and say, okay, now we have to plant new trees. We have to remediate the soil. Like we've literally salted the earth, And I'm not being dramatic there. I think we shouldn't have them encased in ice, the trees there, and the trees that were just planted. All but one were destroyed. And I think the heavy machinery that would have to come in to get the snow out, I think it's doable. I think we can work through this. I'd love to hear your thoughts on this at some point. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Next guest, please.
Good evening. Anna Grossman, Montclair resident. I want to talk about drinking water and trees in our parks today. 7 weeks ago, the township used heavy equipment to deposit contaminated street snow in Essex Park and Erie Park in direct opposition to NJDEP guidance. Essex Park sits within a Tier 2 wellhead protection area, and Erie Park within a Tier 1 wellhead protection area, the most protected tier, representing the 2-year groundwater travel zone directly adjacent to a public water supply well. The NJDEP snow removal and disposal policy requires that snow disposal sites be located in upland areas away from water resources and wells. These parks are not away from a well. They are in the zone immediately surrounding one. The environmental protection agencies of New York, Rhode Island, and Massachusetts independently state in their snow disposal policies that storage within wellhead protection areas is explicitly prohibited. The science does not change at state lines. Street snow is not clean. Those piles are saturated with road salt, automotive oil, heavy metals, and waste. Snow storage and snow melt are significant sources of non-point water pollution. Chloride from road salt does not biodegrade. It moves through soil, into roots, and into groundwater. When I raised this issue directly with the township, I was told the risk was low because our wells pump primarily in the summer. That is not low risk. That is a description of when the contamination will likely arrive. The mature native oaks in these parks have been damaged by machinery and put at severe risk. NJDEP guidance is explicit that snow should be stored where it is unlikely to impact sensitive environmental resources. It's also common sense. 7 weeks of salt-laden heavy snow on their root zones has been compacting soil and leaching chemicals into the ground. Road salt damage is not temporary. Sodium ions displace essential nutrients and require active remediation. These trees are not decorative. They are ecological infrastructure in a neighborhood your own master plan amendment identifies as Montclair's hottest heat island, a condition created by tree loss and artificial turf. First, the BOE sacrificed the oaks at Woodman for plastic fields. More recently, your planning board failed to remove unscientific statements about artificial turf from a key environmental document. Now, this just a few hundred feet away from Woodman Field. The window to protect what remains is right now before bud break. Every week of delay reduces the chance of saving these trees. I'm asking this council for 5 things. 1, confirm in writing that these parks are not NJDEP-approved snow storage sites and that no such designation exists, contrary to what township staff has stated publicly. 2, direct the immediate removal of the remaining snow using appropriately sized equipment. 3, commit to a remediation plan for the affected trees and soils beginning this week. 4, initiate chloride monitoring for the wells nearest to the parks. 5, designate these parks as ecological recovery zones. Restore them, replant them, return environmental integrity to Woodman Field, Essex Park, and Erie Park. The future residents of this town depend on it.
Thank you. Next guest, please.
Hi, Diane Anglin, 158 Orange Road, almost 60-year resident of Montclair, and I'm confused. I don't know if this is Lackawanna or if it's public. My good friend Anna, I love what she's talking about, but I'm here. I don't want to lose my public comment time is what I'm talking about. So I am here to speak in favor of Lackawanna. I do respect those in the town, though. I think growing up in this town, just having differences of opinion is healthy conversation. But when the question was asked why we talk about Dave Plasick or BDP Holding as good people is because that's necessary. When things like this go on and on and on, things tend to get personal. And we sat here last time and you can hear people say things about that guy. Well, that guy lives in town. That guy pays taxes in this town. That guy owns properties in this town. I think one that we're even as a township looking to purchase for ourselves. If that's not true, scratch it from the record. But right now we look at what we call the path mark in the neighborhood. I grew up where I live. However, my second home was on Grove Street. I remember, and people that live here long enough remember when Grove Street was a hill right there at Lackawanna. Now it's flattened. But what Lackawanna has for us right now is beautiful space. Some people don't want to go there because maybe they're boycotting it or whatever, but we've seen young kids go in there and ride their bicycles. We've seen flea markets come there, which has provided opportunity for entrepreneurs and small businesses. We've seen small businesses like the flower shop that used to be in South End, and a young sister who does like lotions and things like that. So it's been a community space in the waiting for all of this. So there is a difference. I don't know what happened with pilots before, and I think this is like, oh, you get beat down because we made some bad decisions before. This time we have a Montclair resident who I've even seen support the Jazz Festival, Montclair Pride. I've been to YMCA and MFEEs, and when the young people talk to me about playing Cobras in safer equipment, it is because of that support of residents like the Placics. So I just want people to think about, you know, he is paying taxes, this pilot program, and we need to be honest with people. As much as I want help for our schools, I don't think that's on the table for pilots to go to the schools for what it contributes to our municipal budget. And we need to start talking to people about creative ways of looking at how we're going to do different things and just start telling the truth. So yes, I am here as Diane Anglin, 158 Orange Road, not speaking for any organization that I belong to. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next guest, please. Green light.
Green light? Hey, how about that? Technology. My name is Brian Mills. I'm a resident of Ward 2. Can I get a shout out to Ward 2? Thank you very much. You spoke well earlier. So, as a deal with a developer that's intended to provide revenue for the town, a pilot is fundamentally flawed. A township revenue opportunity that avoids equity through appropriate revenue sharing with its school district that would normally happen via taxes inherently robs our town of sufficient educational opportunities to ultimately and negatively impact property values. Please choose a citizen-focused future for Montclair where our schools are actively empowered to serve existing and future residents. This pilot could objectively be called a scam. I'll email all reps a copy of the 2023 Cedar Grove Revenue Sharing Agreement. It's a viable model and collective way to move forward. Ward 2 and Montclair can and must do better. Thank you.
Thank you. Next guest, please.
Hi, I'm Parker McCay, Harvard Street. I'm here tonight to say thank you. Thank you for all the work and thoughtful consideration you've put into the Montclair Trust Act. I'm hopeful that the final kinks have been worked out and that it will be introduced as an ordinance at the next meeting on April 7th. With ICE at our airports and the impending funding to be reinstated, and the impending deal for the funding to be reinstated, it gives me hope to see actions being taken to protect our diverse community. The recent actions on the state level will help stem the tide of this fascist regime, but it remains essential that we also shore up our local resources and provide another level of protections on a municipal level. The Montclair Trust Act will not only provide an enforceable set of township laws separating ourselves from from federal overreach, but also lives up to the ideals that we expect this town to stand for. We are a welcoming town made up of all types of people unapologetically. So thank you. You're not off the hook yet. We will continue to show up and push until the Montclair Trust Act is passed. I look forward to April 7th and having another opportunity to say thank you.
Thank you very much. Next guest, please.
Good evening. My name is Remy Sharon. First off, thank you very much for your selfless service. Keep on the movie theme. This feels quite like Groundhog Day. I'm going to try to keep this short so we can all get out of here. I am asking the council members to vote yes on Lackawanna tonight. As mentioned previously by other constituents, developer success is aligned with the town's success. I like what the woman said prior. Mr. Placic is a local resident, a decent human being, and someone who cares deeply about this town, and I can share that from my personal experience, and I think that is quite important to get across. This is not an anonymous person coming into our town and trying to develop for his own benefit. I too have 2 kids in the Montclair School District, one of which had her kindergarten teacher laid off at the Christmas break. It was horrible. However, Mr. Placic and BDP Holdings are not responsible for the school crisis, and I think that is very important to mention. I believe this program will benefit the school district and town, and I hope you will vote yes tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. And for our next and final guest, please.
Yes, buenas noches, good evening.
My name is Leticia Beresford. I live in Forest Street for the last 25 years. I approve yes, Lackawanna.
Thank you. Next guest, please.
Hi, good evening.
Good evening.
I'm Lonnie Summer Padilla, resident of Montclair. So just so I can remember, a couple of things I want to talk about aside from pilots. One, please pass the Immigrant Trust Act. Everybody who is a human or even native wildlife deserves to feel safe in Montclair. Also, please, virtual comment. There are so many people that I know who would have loved to come out tonight to speak and cannot for a variety of reasons. And it's something that many other townships do. Our own Board of Ed does. It's time. This is something we've been talking about since, I can't remember when we had that petition, but years ago already. And many people signed that petition at the time. I think close to many hundreds, if not 1,000. So, right, I know. There are people who are on the dais who signed it. So let's do that. Let's make Montclair modern, like other towns, and accommodating to people who can't make it out this time of night for a variety of reasons. Also, about pilots, it's another thing that we've been talking about and advocating for a number of years. Also had a petition that had over 1,000 signatures at the time. Happy to dig that up and bring it to you if you like. But this is an issue that is long-standing, and it's something that really needs to happen. It's what's fair. It's what's right. Also, I'm assuming you're aware, there is legislation at the state level for pilots to be shared with schools. The budget, as far as I know, doesn't have anything written in that. I don't know if you have a plan for what happens if the state, passes that legislation. How are you going to make those adjustments? I think it's important to be talking about that, looking at that. Whether there is a Lackawanna pilot or not, if the state passes that legislation, the township will have to share that, a certain portion of the funds with the schools. So this isn't an absurd request. It's a reasonable request, and please increase the amount of the Lackawanna pilot to ensure that we can, fund what we need to fund in our township and our schools. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next guest, please.
Good evening. My name is Scott Kennedy at 423 Bloomfield Avenue in Montclair, New Jersey. Dr. Baskerville, thank you all for serving. I'm going to ask you guys to vote yes for this program for Lackawanna. It's important for all of us. You guys finally have an agreement. You guys have worked together, your staff, the developer, their staff. You've all come this far, and we, Montclair citizens, are asking you to vote it, move it on down the line. I've been here for 44 years, and there are 90 families who are not here tonight, who are going to be the residents in those low-income and workforce apartments that are going to be there. The pilot is 30 years long. I stood here, I advocated for the MC Hotel, the Sienna, the Seymour Street project. I advocated for all of them because they have neighbors, they have customers, they have people who are paying taxes. And all of that activity adds to the economic breadth and depth of Montclair. The councils that were here before you all voted in favor of those because there's three groups of constituents. There's all the people who build those buildings and all of that revenue that comes into Montclair when those buildings are built. That's a shot in the arm. All those people then move in. The shopkeepers, the people who work those buildings, they're all in there now. And the third and final act is what happens when those pilot agreements sunset. And Joe was here earlier to speak about our budgets. When those pilot agreements sunset, there'll be a shot in the arm to your municipal coffers because those taxes will finally begin to roll in. Now, all those 4 buildings that I mentioned earlier, they are there because those developers worked an agreement with Montclair. This developer is doing exactly the same thing. He's here. He's bringing $387 million worth of pure cash into our community, not just Montclair, but the greater New Jersey community, because those buildings are going to require concrete from someplace. And all of those people that are going to work there, and all of those people that live there, yeah, there are going to be some kids in our school, and yes, we're going to support them just like we have all of our kids. So I'm going to urge you guys to vote yes on this. And as far as a personal note, David Plasek, I'm proud to call him my neighbor. He sets the bar high. I would love to be able to support all of the organizations that we have supported in the years past to his level. I'm proud that he's here. I'm thankful that he's here. But I'm thankful that you guys have all volunteered to take these jobs, and I'm asking you to pass it tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott. Next guest, please.
Good evening. My name is Laurel Dumont. I live on Watchung Avenue. I moved here 11 years ago with my 1-year-old son, who's now finally old enough to start participating in enrichment and the kinds of things that our school district had previously been able to fund. I am here just to lend my voice in support of whatever we possibly can do to raise revenue and share it with the school district, and whatever is the best incentive, whatever the best deal is with the developers and with this project, I'm in favor of. I lived in Newark for about 10 years before I moved here, and I worked closely with the Economic Development Department there. I watched a lot of development projects where pilots and tax incentives were deeply necessary because the market value of the property and the rents that were available could not close those gaps. And there was, and my understanding is that in this town, we're not there yet. This is a very desirable place, and so I don't think we should be giving away more than we need to. So I'm in favor of whatever is the best arrangement for our town overall, and to share whatever we're able to bring in with the school district, because if the school district collapses and if our schools lose the quality and inclusivity and creativity that we all moved here for, then we will be having to beg people to come here and invest in this town. So thank you.
Thank you. Next guest, please.
Hi, my name is Tracy Sanderlassie, and I'm a resident of Montclair. I'm here to request that the township allocate pilot revenue to the Montclair Public Schools District. I also ask that public comment be allowed for virtual attendance. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, so,
I'll be quick.
okay, good evening.
You guys work really, really hard. Good evening. Claire Ciliata, 279 Park Street. I've been sitting at these meetings and listening to how many brilliant people you have in this town who really know their stuff. Isn't there a way that you can form advisory committees instead of paying the lawyer that you paid last week? Because there's a lot of people in here who are more than willing to give their time, energy, knowledge to you, to help you make these decisions. So that's it. Thank you. Think about it.
Thank you very much. Okay, now, at this point in time, we're going to move on to pending ordinances on second reading, and I'm going to ask the Honorable Councilor Bill Harrison to lead us off, please. Pending ordinance 0-26-03.
An ordinance authorizing execution of a financial agreement between the Township of Montclair and Lackawanna Montclair Urban Renewal LLC for phased redevelopment project to be developed on Block 3,213, Lot 2, and Block 4,202, Lots 4 and 4.01. I so move. And I'm going to talk for a long time, which I'm sorry for, but I want to get some facts out there so you understand how I'm voting on this. And, I think, some of the things that we are being advocated to do, I wish we could, but the existing long-term tax exemption statute just does not let us do it. I have pushed our attorneys, and I do this professionally, but I've pushed our attorneys for potential workarounds so we could accomplish some of the things that people have asked us to do with the financial agreement, but it is, the statute very clearly precludes us from benefiting from any revenues the developer receives if he sells some or all of the property. It just can't happen. I can give you half an hour speech on the problems with the existing long-term tax exemption legislation, not the least of which of how the money is allocated in that. There's been legislation pending in Trenton for well over a decade to require some of the pilot monies to be shared with schools. I wish I could have some assurance that would happen, but the development community and municipalities, interestingly enough, adamantly have fought that for over a decade. We'll see if it passes, but I don't think you can assume anything with that. I think going on in terms of this pilot in schools, we are not going to be getting any money from this pilot for 3 years, and the initial money that we are going to receive is, one, not going to be large because it is going to be from a supermarket and a parking deck, and those are not going to be large revenue generators, and before we get apartments online with residents and potential school children, we're 4 and 5 years out. So this pilot is not a solution for the existing school situation. I am neutral on whether, when we do this year's budget, whether we should allocate some money, but there are trade-offs. This is not, we don't have a pile of money sitting there. You heard the budget presentation earlier. We are cutting municipal services in order to not raise taxes, trying to stay within the cap, and there are exceptions to the cap which we're not taking full advantage of to try and minimize the impact on people's taxes, but money to the schools means less money for the municipal budget. And that's a discussion we can and should have when we have the budget discussion, but it's irrelevant here. I do not believe, the financial agreement is a contract between the township and the developer. I don't believe that we should be binding future councils 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30 years from now as to how money should be allocated between the municipal budget and the school budget. I think that's a decision that should be made on the circumstances in each year. The easiest thing for me to do would be to vote no. I am not thrilled with this redevelopment plan, but this is a plan the prior council adopted. I think it's unfortunate they adopted it before this council took office, but that's what happened. I think the reality and knowing what went through with the redevelopment of the first redevelopment plan and this redevelopment plan, it's not like there's a magic redevelopment plan out there that everyone's going to agree to, and the developer, the property owner, who is an important person in this because it's his decision whether to develop the property according to whatever the plan is. I expect we would be 2 years from now before we would get to this point we are now if we went through a process to adopt a quote-unquote better redevelopment plan. There's not a wonderful consensus out there. There wasn't 8 years ago. There wasn't 3 years ago. There isn't going to be now. People are going to argue. We had a nice presentation at one of our first meetings on this, on an alternate plan that some people liked, some people didn't like. No matter what plan we have, is going to be controversial, and it's just going to delay things. Going back to the one thing that keeps being missed in all the things that are being presented in the pilot, the tax on the land, which is the bulk of the current taxes that are being paid on the property, continues to be taxed normally, divided between the township, the school district, the county, the library. That's not going to change for the entire duration of the pilot, and that's the bulk of the taxes. There's been much concern about our doing the lowest possible pilot the first 5 years, and it's only 5 years, 10%. I think the reality of the economics of this development are the costs of building first the supermarket, the parking deck, and the exterior of an office building above the parking deck are extraordinary and justify the 10% pilot for that initial 5 years, because it's going to be 5 years before he gets meaningful revenue from the more profitable mixed-use buildings that are part of the development. My concern and other members of the council's concern is not that the developer is going to make a huge amount of money on the development, but will the supermarket actually get built? We have had extensive discussions. We've done modifications to put additional deadlines to ensure that the supermarket will in fact be there, and we can point to residents and say, once he gets site plan approval, this is when this is going to happen by, and that we have the ability to take action on the developer if he does not accomplish that. But if this were a pure mixed-use development without the historic preservation requirements, without the open space requirements, without the requirements that a certain portion of the property be open for public events, I would fully agree that a pilot is not warranted. This is a very attractive municipality, but we are requiring in the redevelopment plan extensive contributions from the developer. And yes, the pilot is a subsidy. I'm not going to pretend it's not, but it is a subsidy in order for us to get the benefits to preserve it. If we were willing to say, go destroy the station, go destroy all the artifacts of the station, and just build what you want, don't do any open space, I would be first in line to say no pilot should be given. But the township is requiring extensive givebacks for the developer, and in order to make the project economically viable, I think this pilot is justified.
Thank you very much. And council members? Deputy Mayor?
I believe Councilor Harrison moved it,
Yes.
and
you
I seconded it.
Yeah,
So I
you
just wanted
did.
to make sure that that
No,
was.
but now we're having discussion. Anyone? Councilor Toller? Oh, Councilor Williams?
So I'm in favor of this pilot agreement, and this is something that I campaigned on, and so everybody knew where I stood on this. And I appreciate all the folks that have come out with kind of innovative solutions and things of that nature that have really put pressure on the council to go back and make sure that we were getting the best possible deal. This, when this first was brought up, it was a pilot of 10% for 30 years. And now what we have is every 5 years it incrementally increases, right, off the gross revenue. So that was something that, we thought was very important here. And, I think one of the residents here did point out, rightfully so, that the taxpayers are subsidizing this property, and that's absolutely true. So one of the things that folks have to realize here is one of the things that some of the things that people say here is, hey, I moved here for schools, I moved here for safety. One of the things that people also say is, I moved here for diversity, right? Now, diversity, income diversity, right? There's ethnic diversity here also. There's also diversity in thought. Now, when I hear folks saying that, the town's being torn apart because of this, I don't necessarily see that as so. I've gotten a lot of emails and things that, some of them are quite angry and people talking about their kids' school closing. My kids' school is closing too. I have twins in Renaissance. In 6th grade, I chose that school for a reason, because it's a small school. I liked everything about it. My kids are being impacted. I did not send, and I chose to handle it in a different way. I understand the choices that the school, the Board of Education has to make, and I appreciate the position that they're in. And from the municipal side here, what we're trying to do here is cut back, because you can see where I was on this a long time ago when I campaigned. It's affordability. We need people not to be forced out of their houses. People are on fixed incomes and things of that nature. We need to make this town affordable, okay? So just to go back, because I kind of went down the rabbit hole here, is with the Lackawanna Plaza, we're getting affordable housing, right? So, which I think is pretty important. Open space, a grocery store, all these things are important. There's also various infrastructure things that have to be done surrounding the project, which is also a benefit. So when I put all that together here, that's where how I got comfortable here with voting for this plan. And I know people are not going to like that and things of that nature, and I'm fine with that. I'll take all the criticism. As they say, I'll take all the smoke. It's all good. But that's where I am on this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, anyone, please?
Okay. So, first of all, I do want to thank everyone who provided your comments, whether by email or coming to public meetings on this project and the financial agreement, and conversations that I've had with people. And this is the project itself. So I'm a member of the Economic Development Committee along with Councilor Toller, and we've literally spent. We mainly worked on the redevelopment agreement, and just hours and hours of reviewing it and making sure that that the town is protected and that everything that is supposed to be there for through the redevelopment plan is something that the developer is contractually obligated to do. A woman spoke at the last meeting, public comment, and just sort of wanted to make sure that the redevelopment agreement would have terms that the project would be phased, that was very clear, that any successor in interest to the property was going to be bound by all of the terms of the agreement, and all of that is there. So I just wanted to make sure to mention that, and that the agreement is available to the public to view. Going back to the start of this work, when I came on board, one of the first things that I was asking is this redevelopment plan something that I feel comfortable moving forward with? Because we did talk about the possibility of going back and changing some things about the redevelopment plan, and ultimately, my personal opinion was that I thought that it was important. For me, it's more important to proceed with this. There are needs that the residents, particularly the ones that live in the immediate area, but really for the whole town. This is a highly underutilized property. We know this. This is going back to the 1980s. Again, there have been several different versions of various redevelopment plans. And my opinion was that just based on what I read in the redevelopment plan and what I know about the process and how the planning board really has the next big job, I came out in favor of proceeding with the redevelopment plan. So then, just sort of going back to this pilot. So given that we have decided that we were proceeding with, as a council, proceeding with this redevelopment plan, in considering whether or not we need a pilot for this project to work, and that's really the bottom line, is do we actually want this project, and do we want it to work, and how is it going to work? Can it work with or without a pilot? And so we got a lot of information. We requested a lot of information from our financial experts, our attorneys, the redeveloper through their attorneys. We looked at project costs. This is a very expensive project, as Councilor Harrison has already said, and Councilor Williams mentioned. When I heard some of the alternative plans, like Ms. Eckstedt's father, gave a really great presentation, and I love the vision, and I would love to have more of those things, but the more that we ask for that is out of the norms, right, of what a regular developer is required to do under a regular plan, like the more expensive it is, and there is a trade-off. So the pilot, we looked at what money the project was likely to generate, what we'll get out of it. We looked at data about, comparing amounts the pilot buildings, the buildings that have a pilot, provide to the town versus other properties, and the potential costs to the township. The trade-offs, what are the trade-offs? We have, affordable units, 20% affordable units plus 10% workforce priced housing. So that's the latter of which is, not required, but I thought it was important to be able to provide opportunities for young people or people who might be trying to age in place to be able to have an opportunity to have lower rents. There's public space required. There's stormwater management, other infrastructure improvements that otherwise the township would have to take on, an independent traffic study, street infrastructure, bike racks and bus shelters that would encourage more use of alternative forms of transportation. All of these things are things that we as a council have decided are important enough to demand, and so in looking at the financials, I think that to provide some stability to the project, I think that we do need to grant this pilot, and I'm not going to repeat everything that Councilor Harrison said because all of this was discussed.
Right.
All of this was discussed amongst all of us. So I guess what I'm trying to say is this is a very thought out, reasoned decision, and I'm going to vote yes to this.
Thank you, Councilor Toller.
Sure, thank you. So first, Deputy Mayor Susan Shin Anderson stated that, she and I did work together on the redevelopment agreement, but we did not work on the financial agreement. I just want to set the record straight on that. It came through the Finance Committee. And we did ensure some of these additional things that we thought the community would need to protect and preserve the neighborhood were put in place. We had a meeting, a few of us had a meeting with the developer yesterday via Zoom, and we asked some very pointed questions, and we even tried to see if we could go back to scratch. And even today in executive session, I can't say what we talked about, but my concern is that this pilot agreement is not adequate enough to sustain the future. I don't believe it's really resident or citizen focused in this manner. I believe the numbers are too low, but here we are. All of the amenities that we're supposed to get out of this project, affordable housing, workforce housing, open space, All of those things are great. And let me just put it on the record because there's some weird energy going around that Councilor Toller doesn't like development. That's not true. I would love to see something at Lackawanna. Okay, we need a supermarket. When I met with Mr. Plasek back in 2022, I met with him and told him that his project was beautiful. And I did ask him, did he have to have 300 apartments? Could he put 8 cookie-cutter townhouses on the property? So I just wanted to clear that up. I do want to see something there. I am not in favor of this pilot agreement because I believe that we could have gone a little harder, or rather the Finance Committee could have gone a little harder to get us a better number. Because I'm very concerned about what the future is going to hold and whether or not this manager is going to be faced with cutting staff or shared services. The numbers that our lawyers presented to us, I think a member of the public stated it, high risk. We're rolling the dice here, and it's just not fair. If we can get more money, then we can absolutely share some money with the schools, I hope. Those are just my takes on it, so I will be voting no for this pilot agreement.
Thanks. So I'd like to joke about first ward privilege, and in this case, there really was a lot. I was not on the committees that had to do the very, very heavy work here. I got off very easy, even though, I was stuck with things like that. I also obviously live in and represent a ward that's the farthest geographically. So some of the resident concerns that are involved, I've been insulated from. So I just wanted to say, and also the mayor, I would say, we've been working on this for a couple of years, and you've had to work on this issue for even longer. So I want to thank my colleagues, and especially Councilor Harrison, who really dug in at the end, and I did also, for obvious reasons, had concerns as to whether or not we were pushing the hardest possible deal here. And it's very, very difficult to know. I mean, it's really, this is hard stuff. People who say, oh, it's obvious or it's easy, that's BS. It's very, very difficult, but I was given, confidence that when Councilor Harrison came in and really started pushing at the end, that this is as good as we could do. I also would say that the one thing that I really wanted was some forward path on a mechanism to have an equitable share of these non-tax revenues, and I was given that. So we did pass a resolution, and I believe the Board of Education last week assembled a team to have a joint committee, which will be the Finance Committee on our side. So again, it's more work that my colleagues are doing. But so that was my ask here, based on a very, multi-year demand that we look at it seriously at ways to do that. And I would wish that it could happen immediately, but, I can't be greedy. I would have one other ask, and I have not asked my colleagues of this. I understand why a pilot structure, which I've never been comfortable with and haven't liked, can apply in this condition. It is a singular piece of property and development challenge in the town for reasons that Councilor Harrison laid out eloquently. There is no other place that has a tenth of these kinds of challenges. So I will go, I can vote for this, but I do not want to do this again. I don't think we need to do this again. I think that any other project that comes down the pike can come through traditional taxation and just be left. I cannot. I've thought about the empty spots on the map and whether they would need it, and they would really have to push hard to get consideration from me on this. But again, I would end by just saying at the beginning, thank you guys very much for all this work that you've done to help me along. Thanks, and I will be voting yes.
Councilor Birmingham.
Thank you. And thank you to everyone who's been expressing opinions along the way. So, I always hear New Jersey referred to as the home rule state, and it kind of makes me laugh because, in fact, in New Jersey, we have very, very limited ways to operate outside of the state legislature. And our attorney is very often reminding me of us of that. So when we hear, be creative, it is unfortunate that, or, it's just the way it is, that we really are bound by state statute. And in this case, the long-term tax exemption statute really does prohibit us, as Councilor Harrison was referencing, doing some things that have been mentioned here. So the upfront payment that was mentioned was, specifically struck down by New Jersey courts, that you cannot, that was voided in Jersey City. In terms of the gain on sale clause, that is a clause defined, gross revenue is defined by state statute. That is not our choice. That is specifically coming from state statute. And I believe the term, and you can correct me, is ultra vires, that we are not really allowed to go beyond what is specifically in state statute. So on a sale, we are not really allowed to, that is specifically excluded from gross revenue. And then, the terms of sale, we are allowed to take a percentage of the service charge, but I believe the New Jersey courts have really determined this. So this idea, of being creative, we have the annual service charge. That's what we can negotiate. So then the question becomes, are our annual service charges, which are commonly called pilots, fair? And, when we see the comparison between conventional taxation, if a project is built, what it would be conventionally taxed at, versus a pilot, we have to kind of remember that the left hand of the column is theoretical, because if the project doesn't get built, there are no taxes generated from a project. So what we look at, and the Finance Committee did do a lot of this, but this has been in front of the council for months now.
Yes.
This has been
The
Oh,
since
whole
September,
council.
that
Yes.
the whole council has been aware of this.
Right.
I just want to be clear. It's been
I don't
since
dispute that.
September.
We didn't have much input.
Yeah, but it's been it's been in front of the whole council for months now.
Months.
And so when we look at, is this project feasible without a pilot? One of the things, of course, that we're offered is, this is what the developer says, this is what it's going to cost. And, and of course, we should acknowledge developers are trying to make money. Okay, this is not a pro bono project. We had that opportunity in the 70s and 80s when we had a lot of federal money coming in for the original Lackawanna development. That is not where we are now. We have to acknowledge that developers could take their money and put it in treasury bonds and get, have a very low risk investment. This is an acknowledgement that they are operating to make some money. So they are, this is what we think it's going to cost. If it's taxed conventionally, we see this as a no-go project. If we can get this pilot, we see this as somewhat more feasible project. So we take that information and we say, this is what you tell us it's going to cost you. We're going to independently verify this, given the specs of this project, and we did that. And in fact, what we learned is that, independent verification was very much like this project will cost at least that much, if not more. So that, moving forward in terms of, okay, again, if with conventional taxation this will not pass, then we move to, okay, a pilot and getting the fairest deal. We talked about, it started at a 10% across, and then as we've discussed, this is expensive, it's complicated, there's a lot of old infrastructure, historic preservation that needs to go in. King's Supermarket right now is valued at $850,000, so we're going to convince a developer to spend hundreds of millions of dollars to build things that are, not necessarily big profit makers. But I think the question, and I do think, again, I'm going to just spend a minute, if you don't all mind, just talking about our pilots in our community paying fair share. And there are two questions, actually. Where the pilot money goes is a policy issue. So when we talk about it's not lowering our taxes, it's not going to schools,
That is a policy issue. The New Jersey statute, the agreement is between the developer and the municipality. The schools are, as we've said, are intentionally left out of that. The Cedar Grove agreement is a separate agreement between the municipality and the school district. So that is, and Princeton has a similar one now with their pilots. They are due, and so those are separate agreements. So the question of where the money goes is policy set by council. The important question, which is I think what we're all thinking about, is are pilots paying a fair share into our community? And so again, the theoretical taxation is one way to look at it. But again, if the project doesn't get built, that's all just theoretical. But what I feel like is potentially a little bit more, in my mind, a way to look at it in terms of fairness is how does it compare to what other properties are paying in terms of taxes that are doing similar things. And so if you look, and you can find this in the school audit, who are the principal taxpayers of Montclair, how much are they paying? The largest taxpayer currently paying conventional taxation in Montclair is paying under $700,000. So of all the property in Montclair, as of 2024, it was under $700,000. We have 3 pilots currently that paid over $1 million last year. By acre, by capita, by unit, they are paying fairly compared to other properties in this town. If you look at the MC Hotel, which has a pilot, they are paying comparably to what the Short Hills Hilton pays in money. And Short Hills Hilton is conventionally taxed. Per room, our pilot, our MC Hotel pilot, is paying comparably to what the Short Hills Hilton pays. The Short Hills ShopRite pays $110,000 in taxes. So I would just remind that we wouldn't expect that a supermarket is going to be, paying a lot in terms of taxation or in terms of, so I think, and I mentioned it last week, our 7 pilots last year, and it looks like just from the budget information we're getting, our pilots produced $700,000 more than anticipated. And that comes from gross revenue. So again, when the projects do well, we can get more revenue. So I think that, again, I think this pilot that we have negotiated, given the complexity of this project, and they will be, when it's finished, likely the highest revenue generator of all the properties in Montclair. I think it's fair. I think the money, as I said last week, I believe it should be part of a social contract that everyone contributes to schools, whether you have children in the school district or not. It is just how I think society has to operate in terms of valuing the nurturing of our children. So I do think we should, and we can discuss whether we do it now or we wait, but I do think that is something that we should be doing. As I've said, and as you could see, we are trying here to forge a sustainable budget path for Montclair, and it is difficult, but we are really trying. We're looking at insurance, we are looking at everything. We are really trying to establish a sustainable path, and that may mean that we have we can discuss pilot revenue, something in terms of maybe potentially supporting school infrastructure or the fields that are shared between school and children. So for me, all of that, and thank you, Mayor, for your patience here.
Thank you. You're making my job easy.
I echo what others have said. I think, again, to get the supermarket, the housing, the open space, I think I will be a yes on the pilot tonight.
Thank you very much. Gosh, I'm really appreciative that I got to go last on this for several reasons. First of all, I appreciate all the hard work that every council member here did, and all of you. When we talk about these subcommittees that we have, I don't want anyone to think that if there's a finance committee, no one else is contributing, because these subcommittees work together and we work closely together. And then after we work together, we come back to the entire council. So everything that we do should have the entire council coming together and listening to one another, growing together and bringing thoughts and ideas. And that's just the way this form of government works. So when people say, Mayor, you have to do something, many times I wish there are things that I could do that I can't do. We're equal partners up here, and so all of us have participated. So when we have a financial agreement and when we're dealing with infrastructure and those types of things, the entire council has a say-so and a vote. And that's just the way we are set up. I'd like to thank Your Honor, Councilor Harrison and Councilor Birmingham, because both of you very well stated exactly where I feel, where Councilor Harrison believes that we should probably not make a decision on how we're going to allocate the pilot funds this time, and what percent is going to the school and that type of thing. I tend to stand with him in that direction because I'd like to see where we go. 3 years is a long time, and 5 years, or what the actual number of years is going to take, is going to be even longer. And I just can't really get my hands wrapped around where we're going to be at that time and what our needs are. They may change during the time. So since people have already stated where I stand on these, I'd like to tell you my feelings about this. So I started working on this Lackawanna project in about 2008 and spent a lot of time going back and forth with Brian Stolar at the time. And we came to an agreement that I thought was something that was going to make us all proud. And then things changed, and the property switched hands. And we've been going back and forth. And I know a lot of people have said, just go ahead, make a decision. We promised we were going to, lead the way, or whatever the words were. And I respect that. But I think that this council did an outstanding job with this, because every time we asked you guys to come on out and say something, we actually went back and we listened and we pulled data out and we got information. And I think that's how this process is supposed to work. And we're not always going to agree. We may never agree on, we may all never agree on anything, but I think we did an incredible job of listening. I thank all of you all who had many community meetings so that people can be heard on the topics, and I think by and large it was done in a civil manner. When we first started discussing this with Mr. Plasek, I had concerns about traffic. I had concerns about flooding. I had concerns about if our public safety is equipped to take care of a fire or something that may erupt in that area. And I still have those concerns. In particular, I still have concerns about the traffic and what is going to happen there, and how is that going to affect the near neighbors in that area. So the concerns that I had when we started out, I pretty much still have, but I have for a very long time been trying to make sure that we were able to get something in that area that was going to make us proud, something that was going to help us to maintain diversity in some form. So while it is going to give an opportunity for us to have more affordable housing, and I'm very grateful for that, and workforce housing, which is something that I brought to the Township of Montclair when I was trying very hard to make sure that our police, firefighters, and educators and other people had an opportunity to stay in the township that, you know, had like a middle type of income, who couldn't afford like the very high areas, and maybe had more than they would qualify for affordable housing. And so this will be the first opportunity that we really have to find out if that's going to happen. We never really marketed it in an appropriate way before, so hopefully with the workforce housing, we will do a much better job of marketing it, and we'll expand the diversity of the neighborhood. So while I'm very excited about that, I still have concerns about what that does to the people on the south side of Bloomfield Avenue and the near areas, the people that are in neighborhoods that are pretty much low-income areas, right? And for some reason, I am still not convinced that that is not going to hurt those residents, because I've seen what happened in some of the areas where we put some very lovely apartments further down on the street, closer to the train station, and the houses in the nearby neighborhoods have skyrocketed. They've gone from maybe $300,000, $400,000 to $1 million. And so I'm concerned about that. This is already rolling, and I don't think that this particular development is going to be the end all in that, right? It's happening already. I wish it weren't happening now. I'm going to do everything that I can with every opportunity I have to try to push back on that and make sure that we can try to set up some things, maybe in planning board or other areas, wherever I have an opportunity, so that we can try to set something up so that those neighborhoods are not going up into the $1 million and pushing out and gentrifying the neighborhoods. So I have a bunch of concerns still. And I'm also concerned about what supermarket is going to come in there. Is it going to be a supermarket that will provide food for residents that have historically been in that neighborhood, like our senior citizens who are living in that area, and like the people who are living in affordable housing in the near areas and low-income housing in the near areas? Is a supermarket going to be something where they can go over there and get a loaf of bread and whatever, you know, whatever those staples are, and that's very important to me. So those same things that I started out having concerns about with, by and large, I have the same concerns now. But I am at a point in time where I feel as though, you know, even though, you know, the pilot, for me, it's a starting point. Is it perfect? No. Do I think we could have done slightly better? Yes. But when you're working with a group of people on a team, you have to give and take, and you have to listen. And at the end of the day, I believe that this is probably the best that we can do at this particular time. And I do believe that and I'm going to vote in favor of it. Again, Councilor Harrison expressed very much my sentiments, Councilor Birmingham, and so, yeah, that's where I am at this. And I'd like to thank you all. I'd like to thank Mr. Plasek and all of the other people who have come out night after night and have participated. So that's it for me. Attorney, do you have anything you'd like to say? No? Manager? Huh? Yes. Well, we're not voting now, are we? Yes. Oh, okay, yes. I didn't know that. I thought we were having discussion, and then we were going to do roll call.
Shouldn't we have a movie quote, though?
No, we didn't. She was going to call the roll.
Yeah, I haven't yet.
Huh?
You ready?
Right, no, but I just want to make sure I know what we're doing here. So this is called deliberation. We're discussing. And I'm now giving an opportunity for anyone else that's here, manager, deputy manager? No, okay, all right. Madam Deputy Clerk, will you please do the roll call?
Deputy Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Councilor Birmingham?
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato?
Yes.
Counselor Harrison?
Yes.
Counselor Toller?
No.
Counselor Williams?
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville?
Yes. And so that's that. Moving on to the next item. We're going to move on to pending ordinance 0-26-07. Did we want to do something with that?
Public hearing.
Yeah, but I just want to know if we're going to vote on it, because somebody said they wanted to amend that. Okay. All right, we're going to give you guys just a very few minutes, please, because we'd like to move on with our next order of business. Thank you. If any of you want to participate in the public hearing on this next pending ordinance 0-26-07, which is an ordinance to amend Chapter 82, Animals of the Code of the Township of Montclair, New Jersey, to prohibit the use of lethal methods of wildlife management within the Township of Montclair. If you would stay, this is going to be that time, and we do want to hear from you. No, not quite yet, no, but we are shortly. Do you want to read that? You've been working on that a lot, or who? Oh, no, not me. Who's been doing that? Councilor Toller? Who's been doing the wildlife?
What are you thinking now?
Yeah, so go ahead.
Council behaves, I think, 11.
I'm going to ask Councilor Harris if she would please, Toller, if she would please, look, Councilor Harris, Councilor Toller, if she would please read pending ordinance 0-2607.
Sure. Pending ordinance 0-26-07, an ordinance to amend Chapter 82, Animals of the Code of the Township of Montclair, Essex County, New Jersey, to prohibit the use of lethal methods of wildlife management within the Township of Montclair. And I so move.
Second.
Okay, I'm going to make a motion that we open the public hearing for pending ordinance 0-2607. Without objection, I'm going to invite the first guest to come forward, please. Don't worry, I'll let you know when it's time.
Thank you. I'm Madeline Gale, a resident of Montclair, and I'm speaking on this ordinance. I believe that how we choose to solve problems matters. In a community like ours, we should always be looking for ways to reduce harm and not normalize it, and that includes how we respond to challenges with wildlife. This is another opportunity for Montclair to be a leader in the most humane, inclusive approach to situations. The non-lethal wildlife management ordinance reflects a commitment to coexistence. It recognizes that the animals we see are part of the same environment we live in, and that we can share that space responsibly. There are real practical ways to do that. We can make roads safer in areas where collisions with wildlife happen. We can use wildlife-resistant landscaping and protect trees, trunks from squirrels and deer with temporary guards. We can manage geese humanely through habitat modification and deterrence, and reduce conflicts with animals like raccoons and groundhogs by securing trash, closing off denning spaces, and using exclusion techniques, or just learning to live with them in our backyards and appreciating this unique opportunity in Montclair. These approaches don't ignore the issue. They address it in a way that is safer, more thoughtful, and more consistent with our values. This ordinance is about choosing coexistence over conflict and responsibility over harm. I respectfully urge you to vote yes. And thank you for that. And also, I also urge you to vote to a separate issue, but to vote yes on the Montclair Trust Act. And also thank you for doing the reading of the Trans Day of Visibility Proclamation.
Thank you very much for all that you do. Next guest, please.
Okay, good evening.
Good evening.
It's past my bedtime, so excuse any fumble I make here. But my name is N.J.S.A. I'm a Montclair First Ward resident and very active in Humane Montclair. To me, words matter, and what they mean really matter and need to be completely clear. With that said, it's important to be completely clear on what lethal management truly means in a community like ours. Lethal management is an organized effort to kill wildlife. Hard stop. When discussing this with my neighbors, like they'll be like, "Oh, what are you up to, Jen?" And I'm talking to them about them, and they're like, "Oh, that wouldn't, couldn't, can't happen here." The reality is, without the non-lethal wildlife management ordinance passing tonight, it actually could happen here. Lethal management activities like sharpshooting, bow hunting, gassing, electrifying wildlife don't just happen somewhere else. They happen in parks, green spaces, and neighborhoods near places we live and enjoy. A lethal approach really focuses on removing animals rather than addressing why the issues are happening, taking responsibility for those issues, and coming up with non-lethal solutions. Rather, we place that blame and consequences on the animals. Our community absolutely can do better. We can choose solutions that are effective, not cruel, and align with our community values of coexisting peacefully with wildlife. I respectfully urge you to support the non-lethal wildlife management ordinance once again, as you did 2 weeks ago, and make this law. I do really appreciate your time tonight, and thank you for your leadership.
Thank you very much. Next guest, please.
Hi again, Lonnie Summer-Padilla, resident of Montclair. I would just like to voice my support for ensuring that native wildlife are protected in Montclair. As I said before, I think everybody and every living being deserves to feel safe here and has a home here. Thank you.
Thank you. Next guest, please.
Hi, good evening.
Good
Suzanne
evening.
Atman, Montclair resident. At a council meeting last year during a discussion on EV chargers, I'll never forget what Councilor D'Amato said because it has guided my thinking on many issues since. He said, "We must do this. It's in Montclair's DNA." Choosing non-lethal approaches to wildlife would not be a new direction for Montclair. It would simply reflect the values we have consistently chosen to uphold: compassion, forward thinking, and respect for life. This ordinance is in our DNA. A few years ago, Montclair made the decision to move toward non-lethal management of geese, thanks to the mayor and others. And in those discussions, several councilors expressed something important, that they wish there was a clear non-lethal ordinance to help guide those kinds of decisions going forward. That's exactly what this ordinance provides. And importantly, this ordinance does not mean doing nothing. It means doubling down on our commitment to finding and implementing non-lethal solutions when needed. In the case of deer, as an example, that means looking seriously at how we design our roads and infrastructure for humans and animal safety, strengthening our complete streets approach so wildlife safety is incorporated in known collision areas. We've already made some suggestions on this. It means educating residents on how to design their landscape for coexistence through planting choices and deterrence. I have an example of what that could look like. It means using guards under our newly planted trees until they mature. It means taking thoughtful, site-specific action in our wooded areas, using temporary fencing where needed, planting strategically, and protecting vulnerable areas so plants can regenerate. There are some great examples of these practices in action in places like Long Branch, New Jersey, where microforests are being installed. These are real practical steps that address the underlying issues with wildlife. This is active management, not avoidance. This ordinance sets a clear standard that we will address challenges effectively without resorting to violence and without introducing unnecessary risk into the places we live in. Without a clear policy, harmful and even cruel options remain on the table. With this ordinance, we make a deliberate choice about who we are and how we solve problems. And at a time when so many decisions feel difficult and divisive, this ordinance offers something different. It provides a bright light. It gives us faith that we can choose compassion, clarity, and better solutions, even when the issues are complex. This is a moment to be clear, to be consistent, and to act in line with values Montclair has always stood for. It's in our DNA. It's a great thing. I urge you to vote yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Next guest, please.
Claire Ciliata, 279 Park Street. So I agree with everything, because in this incredibly violent world, in this moment, we have an opportunity to work for peace. When God created the world, He didn't make animals our enemies. We got to name them. So I would urge every one of you to consider voting yes on this as soon as possible, because violence comes ever closer, and we have an opportunity to stop it and find better ways and educate our population about how to live with these wonderful, amazing creatures, even the groundhogs. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next guest, please.
Hi, Diane England, 158 Orange Road. I feel the representation of our leadership sitting here that you are not going to vote no. And I urge you to vote yes, just because there will be people that follow you, and we don't know that they will have the same great judgment that you have. So I urge you to vote yes. We want to live together. Yes, we have to educate the community so that we learn to coexist. But I have faith in you. I just know that if we don't do this now, our future could be at risk for whoever else would be making those decisions. I want to thank you again for the work that you do. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next guest, please.
Hi, Jessica Stolzberg, Montclair resident. I wasn't actually planning to speak twice tonight, but I thought before it was for Lackawanna Plaza only, and then we were doing separate public comment. So thank you for your support on this ordinance. I do want to mention a couple things related to trees, which there is a connection to trying to preserve, wildlife and also our natural resources here in Montclair. As I know you've heard from me, a real injustice was done on Erie and Essex Parks. I've also since learned that the town also used some space on Wildwood Avenue to also dump more of the snow with the salt and chemicals in it. I hope that you will be moving quickly to remove what's left. I think that there's been a lot of input that is the correct thing to do, or we are going to end up very likely with severe tree loss. It appears that some real either misinformation or lies were told when this decision was made. I don't know if it was made alone.
Excuse me. I'm
Excuse
sorry.
me? Sorry?
I apologize if I'm not receiving what you're saying. This is for
Yes,
a
I
public
thought
hearing.
before you stopped public comment and said it was for the pilot, and so I got up to speak about the pilot, and then it turned out it was both, and I didn't know that. So I just want to quickly bring up two quick things.
Okay, well, this time is a public hearing.
Will there be a
on-
public comment tonight that's just regular public comment?
We had.
But
we had-
you
we
called
had
it
a
as public comment, and then you said, would you like, I just need to say two quick things, because something's on your agenda tonight, and I think it's important that you be aware of something.
Okay.
And
I'm going to allow you
Thank you.
to do that.
Thank you
and,
very
and
much.
if it was my error, I apologize, but I do believe that I said it was public comment. But let's just go
But then I
ahead and
thought you
give
said
you
it was for
an
the
opportunity
pilots.
to
Okay,
say what
thank
you
you.
need to say.
Tonight on your list, you have an ask for $300,000 that DCS is asking for you to contract to another tree company, the same tree company. You also gave
But if you're going to talk about the tree company now, we've got to come out of this public hearing. So
Okay,
can
so
you
will I have
just
an opportunity to do
step aside?
public
Yes, I
comment?
already said I will allow you to do that. We have to come out of this, the public hearing on this. Are there any other people here that would like to be heard? If not, I'd like to make a motion that we come out of the public hearing.
Second.
And all in favor? Any opposed? Okay, council members.
Okay, Councilor Toller, we've received requests for amendments to this, which our attorney has said are substantive. How do you want to proceed?
If we can read it in, do you have it on your phone? Because I didn't bring my work phone. I know that sounds.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Please
want to make it.
Just let me get it on my phone, so.
It's just one sentence that needs to be
There
included.
are a couple. I move to amend the pending ordinance in the following way. In the first whereas, insert the word native before wildlife in the first line. In the second whereas, insert the word native before wildlife in the first line. In the fourth whereas, insert the word native before wildlife in the fourth whereas. In the definitions, add a definition of native wildlife, which I'm making shorter than either of the ones suggested, because I don't want to mention specific animals, because I think that's causing a problem. The definition would read, native wildlife means species that occur naturally in New Jersey and were not introduced by human activities. And then at the end of C, just let me make sure I'm getting this correctly. Put, except in cases of a declared public health emergency as determined by the Montclair Department of Health in coordination with the New Jersey Department of Health, let me slow down, and where no non-lethal approaches exist to address the declared public health emergency.
Was the latter?
Okay, let me do the whole thing slowly. Except in cases of a declared public health emergency as determined by the Montclair Department of Health in coordination with the New Jersey Department of Health, and where no non-lethal approaches exist to address the declared public health emergency.
I'm still not clear on how we're defining the native wildlife.
Okay, the native wildlife definition would read, native wildlife means species that occur naturally in New Jersey and were not introduced by human activities.
So I don't know what was introduced by human activities, so would other people know that?
Yeah,
How would
there
they
are
know
for
that?
species that have been brought in by colonists, I'll call them, interlopers from Europe, like my grandparents and great-grandparents.
But like mice and rats and that type of thing are not native species, right? I'm just trying to find out
European starlings.
Huh? Right, but are rats and mice and that, they're not native species? I really don't know. I want education.
There are two native species of rats,
Okay.
but I've never seen either of them.
Right, so does that mean then if I see a rat or whatever, then there's just hands off? I'm just trying to really
These
put
two
my hands around.
species of
And just
rats.
so for anybody's watching, I do
But
want
if
to
you
vote
saw
on this,
them,
and I'm
you
a
would
vote
be- you
yes,
would
but
love
I
them.
want to know what I'm voting on.
They have bushy tails. They're beautiful.
Well, that,
No.
is this,
Yeah.
is Councilor Harrison finished?
Yes.
Yes. Deputy Mayor.
So I apologize, I was not at the meeting. I was unable to attend the first meeting when this was introduced, so I wasn't able to raise it. So one of my comments was including a definition, a clear definition of native wildlife, because I don't think that that's clear. I mean, I think we want to make it very clear in the ordinance what exactly we're talking about here, and I don't know if, maybe somebody might say, like, if
Let's
there's
see
different
what they
rodents,
say.
rodents that,
Look it up.
that they have. Hang on one second.
Right.
So that was one comment. And then in section C, in 82-48, it says the township shall not participate in state, county, or regional programs involving lethal native, now it says native wildlife population reduction. So I just want to clarify, is that intended to mean also that participation in regional programs, et cetera, that we would not be able to seek funding from the state, county, or regional programs for animal counts?
No. No killing. Doesn't mean we can't seek funding. This has been something.
Can we ask the attorney?
Sure. Is she here?
Why does reduction mean a count? Like, why would you think that?
No,
would
she
mean-
asked would it mean that we can't get funding for a count.
It says, I'm just saying, state, county, or regional programs involving lethal population reduction.
Right.
Right, so
legal
why does it
population.
count equal reduction? Isn't that our whole?
I'm just asking if,
Okay,
like,
it just-
if we would be prohibited from seeking funding for counts
would
from
not.
those agencies.
Madam Attorney, would you be able to answer that question? Sure, could you repeat it? Sure, Deputy Mayor.
I just
has a
want to
question.
confirm whether or not in section 82-48, section C, paragraph C, if participation in regional programs involving lethal native wildlife population would prohibit us from seeking funding from, like, the DEP, for instance, for counts, animal counts.
I'm not quite sure. The language seems to be overbroad. And I'm not quite sure what the intent is. I don't see, I didn't draft this ordinance. So
Okay.
I don't have the
So
intent.
Councilor Harrison, would you like to answer that question? We worked on this for a couple of weeks, and I'm not sure, just like the financial agreement, everybody's seen this, they've had a chance to chime in, so. No, what I'm saying is, this has been worked on by experts. Councilor Harrison's been with us, Councilor Birmingham. You know, we've changed the word from deer to native life to broaden the animal life, if you will. That's important. We're not in, this is to introduce a use of lethal methods, non-lethal methods on wildlife. We don't want any killing in Montclair of any animals. So that's really what this is about. It's not stopping any grants that can be sought out. This came about because one of the vendors for this original deer count, after doing some investigation, we realized that this might not be the best vendor for the township based on what they do with the data. So we're just trying to make sure we're protecting the animals.
Yeah.
And that's it. There's nothing more,
Okay.
nothing less going on
I'd
here.
like to thank you for all the work.
Sure.
So maybe I would understand it better if we said like native species that are essential for healthy ecosystems. Because then,
No, that takes
but
you
but
to-
I don't understand then the little rodents then. So if we,
Mayor.
yeah, okay. But they've probably got a lot more knowledge than I do.
The ecosystem widens
Can I-
it to a
wait,
different,
can
to
I-
a whole broader thing that we don't
Okay.
really want to get into.
So can I make a motion that we,
Yeah, I just have a procedural question here.
Okay.
So the language that was added here, it's material, yes? So does that
Yes.
mean that we have to do another first reading on this?
That means we can amend it.
If it is amended tonight, that counts as the first reading. It would have
But
to
it's
be
substantive.
re-advertised for a
All right, so,
public hearing.
so we're doing first reading of with the new language tonight?
Can we table it?
Why do we need
It
to
se-
table
it
it?
seems like there's
We don't
some-
need to
I
table
don't think
it.
we
We're
need to
trying put
table.
this in
I
place so
I
it
think we
doesn't
need to just do
count.
two things.
Yes.
I think we need to define native wildlife,
Right.
right? And
Yeah.
and I think that we got a definition that I will read that I think is just a little bit more elaborate on what
Okay.
Councilor Harrison said. Just
Okay.
a native wildlife in the Northeast United States where we are refers to animal species that have evolved, adapted, and lived in the region for thousands of years, having arrived and established themselves without direct human intervention.
So I
That's
still
it.
don't know
Yeah.
whether that includes rats and rodents. and
Well, there
mice.
are certain rats in general
because I
are not
hate them, and
native.
if I get a
No,
broom, I'm gonna try to
But
get
that's
'em.
the thing. You would have to look up. Like, we can't list every animal that's native or not. You'd have to look it up. Like, there are certain mice that are native. There are certain that are not. Rats typically, I don't think are, but
not?
but we can't. We have
No,
to just have the general definition.
All right.
Go ahead.
And I just wanted to
Said they're
say,
not.
when the Office of Sustainability got this grant in, this again, we didn't want any killing, so this is how this spiraled into this. And as we've stated in the email, I think I've shared with everybody a few weeks back, this has to be in place before this deer count, through the grant Dr. Johnson received, is done, so that there's no killing. Additionally, to talk about the rats that you're referring to, we're going to have a working group, okay? And I think I've stated to you before that we would like to have somebody from the Parks and Rec, somebody from the MEC, because we need to do more education on how to live with wildlife. So
Yeah.
that's
Yeah.
very separate from this. So just understand that if you have questions or anybody has questions going forward about what to do with a rat.
Yeah.
Well,
We're
Mayor,
gonna work
Well, they gave me the no.
Can I give
so
you,
thank you all.
can I make you feel at ease? And first of all, I'll just say, feel at ease around rats, they're lovely. But those rats that you are thinking of are generally Norway rats or roof rats, which are not native. And in New Jersey, we have two species of native rats. One is the eastern wood rat, or the Allegheny wood rat. It is unlike the scaly tailed rat that we know. Wood rats have a furry tail and large ears, and they're endangered. And the other one is a marsh rat that's in South Jersey. So there are no rats that are going to bug you.
Great, thank you.
There, no.
Oh,
They're
yeah,
only at my
I wish
house.
that were
No
true.
Montclair rats, right?
Okay, good, so thank you. Yes, Deputy Mayor.
So, this is still discussion, right?
Yes.
Among council. So, I think, thank you for providing that. I think that it's still vague, and I would rather not have a vaguely, like something that is very vague to the average
But
reader.
you would always, who knows what every animal is native or not?
Exactly.
Like,
We're not-
there
we're
are
not
scientists who have
animal
told us, I don't understand how we would get more specific.
I don't know.
Excuse me,
Yeah,
I'm
like,
not finished.
No, I just don't know how you would get
Deputy
more
Mayor.
specific in a.
You really can't. This
Okay,
is
Deputy
turning
Mayor?
into a-
So if and so what I'm hearing is in section C, the intent, I mean, I'm a little confused because, so I'm hearing that the intent of paragraph C is not to prohibit necessarily like seeking out grants from particular agencies that might include lethal, reduction, lethal methods in their programming it doesn't prohibit us from going after grants to help do counts. Fine. In the emergency exceptions, the wording, I mean, I'm just wondering, like, is there a reason why we would want to rule out lethal management if it was determined to be necessary to protect human public safety, health, and welfare?
Yeah, because this is a non-lethal ordinance, so. Yeah.
Counselor Harrison, are you going to respond to the Deputy Mayor's?
What I read was there would be an exception if there's a declared public health emergency, as determined by the Montclair Department of Health in coordination with the New Jersey Department of Health. And non-lethal approaches and no non-lethal approaches exist to resolve the public health emergency.
Okay. Okay.
I'm sorry, can you please speak in your mic, because I can't hear you. Thank you, no worries.
I understood that to be an amendment to C above, not to the
Yes.
section that Susan's talking about.
Emergency exceptions, I was referring to that section. So in that section, we're saying lethal action can only be taken, but it doesn't say like for humane euthanasia. But I'm asking, is there a reason why we couldn't consider having emergency exceptions be for, in cases where there's a declared public health emergency?
No, I think the language should go in both places.
Okay. And those are the two places that you read at the beginning?
It'd be to C and
Yeah.
then to 82-49.
Okay.
And that one would, instead of starting except, it would say or in cases.
Okay. And so, Attorney, this is not a substantive change at this point in time?
These are all substantive changes in addition.
Okay.
Yeah, there
And
needs
so-
to be a list
yeah.
of the animal species
Okay.
defined in an ordinance. In a resolution, we wouldn't need that.
Thank you. Is there a motion on the?
What were you going to say, Council Birmingham?
No, is there a motion on the
Yes,
floor
there
right
is.
now? And there was a second?
For the amendment and the second.
The motion was for an amendment?
Yes.
And the second? Okay. She's saying it's substantive, so we're going to just introduce it. Okay. So do the roll call, please, then?
Wait. Wait,
you
you're
read the
saying,
amendments?
I'm not sure how this works. You have to list every animal species?
Whatever, you have to provide adequate notice to the public as to which animal species falls under your definition. You
So
should.
can we
Just
reference,
Yeah.
25 miles per hour, we list all the streets out.
so can we reference like per some some scientific body that
Yeah,
has
I think
labeled,
we
so we
can do
should
that.
just do
They
that?
know.
You need to
Y'all
provide
help us.
specific
Yeah.
reference. We'll help you.
Y'all help us, we're
No,
good.
no, no, excuse, just, I'm just not sure, how, like, it would be like,
But I mean, what is a policy by resolution? This is an ordinance. For an ordinance to be valid, it has to provide notice as to this, and you have to be more specific than in a resolution or policy.
So the words native wildlife is what's making this have to turn into species, when originally this was for a
Just for
deer
deer,
count.
correct.
Okay, I don't even know how we got to native
I don't
wildlife. There's a
either.
lot of children, kids in the sandbox with this one. So
Right.
if it could have just stayed the way it was, then we wouldn't be having this situation. But now
Correct.
you want us to add about 85 pages and name all the species when we have a deer count coming up, and we're trying to put something in place to avoid. No, I'm not yet, I'm just asking.
If you want your ordinance to be valid, it has to provide adequate notice to the public as to what
Okay.
species. And originally it was only for deer. When you expanded it, a
Right.
general definition like that is too vague.
but can you put
for
a,
anyone to know what that means.
can it be like native wildlife is this, as, for a list, see, for a list, see website
As
X, Y, and Z.
defined by. We
Like,
define
as defined by
defined by.
NJDEP
No,
or something.
because this is an ordinance, this is your handbook for your residents, not for experts, for your lay people.
Right,
So
but-
the lay people need to know what are the animals that are being prohibited from
Right.
being managed legally.
Right.
Your average Joe on the resident, not
I
your
know, but
experts,
I'm
not
still
me,
have to-
not
Mhm.
us.
Just gotta
You
come
need
by
to
and
be able
spray
to
my
follow.
So how does this tie into the deer count? I'm just wondering what's going to happen.
No. Well, the deer count, nothing, like, the deer count can happen because none of us are going to authorize, like, we would be the ones authorizing killing deer. Nobody here is going to authorize that.
Nobody.
So please, anyone who
No.
has
No.
ever had any inkling that was ever a consideration, that has
Not a
never
thought,
been a
not a
consideration.
thought.
But I'm just now figuring
We'll
out
fix
how
it.
we can
We'll
get
fix
this
it. We can get on the
ordinance
Zoom.
correct.
We'll
And
fix
you're,
it. It's
it
not a
seems
problem.
that you're saying we can't.
So,
Okay.
can I make a suggestion that we move on, and I will try
Yeah,
and
that's what I
solve
was
this
trying to
problem
do.
while we're
Yes.
moving on?
Madam Clerk?
Wait, can we just try it? There's another way, which is that if we can just tighten in the same, is it in the same chapter? Oh, no, discharging firearms within township is in a different chapter. I don't understand why we can't just enumerate the lethal management techniques that everybody would use for the type of animals that people want to protect, right? So it's rifles, shotguns, bows, and then,
Slingshot,
whatever those things are called, that they use. If we just enumerated those,
Bow and arrow. Madam Clerk, can you please do the roll call? We're voting on the
I don't
amendments.
have
You
a
wanna-
clear,
okay, would
I
you
don't,
state
I'm
for
not
her
clear
what-
what the amendments
I'm
are.
going to ask him to read that again. She said it's time sensitive.
But we would have to authorize.
Okay, just because the people at home, they need to hear what the discussions are too. So if we're not going to vote now, can you speak into your mics up here so that, there's not like just dead air at home and they
What I
don't
was
know what we're
saying
talking
is,
about? Thanks.
Councilor Harrison that stated that he would work hard, if you will.
Mhm.
I also was saying that perhaps Councilor Harrison, myself, and Councilor Birmingham will get back on another Zoom and iron this out. That's not a problem.
Well,
Okay.
I was
Not a
going to
problem.
try and do something while we do the next resolutions and see if I can solve it tonight.
Okay, that's even better.
So in the
Councilor
meantime,
Harrison.
what do you wanna
We'll table
do?
this and come back to it.
come back to it.
Yeah, we sure can.
So there's a motion and a second, so we want to withdraw that, or what are
Yeah.
we going to do?
Withdraw it and
What's that?
table it.
Okay.
Withdraw it and
Madam Clerk, we're going to withdraw this motion for the moment.
Okay.
Thank you very much. And we're going to go on to new business. Correct. That's what we were going to vote on. Madam Attorney, is that something that we can do later on, vote on the amendments? Yes. Yes. No, just the amendments. Okay, thank you. So, Councilor D'Amato, will you please go to new business ordinance C?
Do we want to vote on the amendments first?
No, he said he was going to go iron it out or do something in the back. He has a sidebar. He thinks, yes.
You want me to do this?
It's not at this point in time. I'm coming back to her. I didn't forget her. Go ahead. Yes.
I want to do the other cannabis one, but I'll do this one.
We're on ordinances.
No, I'm going to come back to her. She misunderstood. Councilor D'Amato.
An ordinance to amend Chapter 347 of the zoning code for the Township of Montclair, Essex County, New Jersey, and I so move.
Second.
Okay, this is a kind of a pro forma changes to the zoning code about cannabis. We have 2 cannabis ordinances up for first reading tonight. And I don't really have any comments on this. Maybe if Planner Tally wanted to talk about it.
I don't see her.
It is porting in things to keep us conforming with state cannabis law.
May I?
Yes,
just to
Deputy.
clarify, these changes in the zoning code are to make consistent with, this is related to agenda item D.
Yes. So,
Can I just?
Yeah.
Go ahead. Just one question, and
Councilor Birmingham.
thank you, Mayor. Sorry. 340. This cannabis establishments here. The word consumption. Is that's standard for the state? I'm just curious. Like
where?
Here. Am I on the wrong one? No. I'm doing C.
We're on C. Which page are you on?
It's this right here.
You're 347-17.2?
Yes.
Yeah, because I have a question on item C as well.
It's an item D, and it was added consumption.
This is probably, this I believe is referring to the possibility in state law for on-premises consumption, so-called consumption lounges, which we have not,
That's a term
which we
they
do
use.
not permit
Yeah, that's
in
used.
Chapter 110.
Yeah,
Okay, so
I
that's
believe that
just
is correct.
that's a term that's used.
And we can deal with that on the second reading if we could, if it's okay?
And I'm sorry, were you done? So for item C, buffer zone, is 250 feet what we have in place already? Because I thought the last council approved it at 500 feet.
This is the
From the
current
school.
ordinance.
Councilor D'Amato? The black is the current? Okay, so are we thinking about expanding that beyond 250 feet? Because I'm just thinking of retail on the Bloomfield Avenue side, down below where Glenfield School is right there. Is that far enough, or do we need to leave it
I
at
believe
250, or
that
maybe make it
would,
300,
like,
400?
we have already licensed several
Okay.
retailers
Okay.
that have gone through the
Yeah,
land use
250
process
With
that are
250.
Okay.
fewer than 250 feet.
Yeah.
Fewer than
Fewer
500,
than
sorry,
500.
500.
Yes.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying.
But
I
more than
thought the
250. I
last
checked it out on the
council
map
had
once.
I thought the last administration dropped it to 500. You know, it was 1,500 a long time ago, and then there was a meeting.
1,500 is a
Well,
quarter of a mile.
no drugs around the school zone. I'm talking about around the school zone.
Yeah.
And they got dropped to 500, and this is reading 250, pre-existing public or private schools. So the attorney is saying this is our current language, 250? I'm gonna have to go back and watch the video for that one, because I felt like I thought they said 500, but maybe
So
I'm wrong.
did you move that?
Yeah.
And who seconded it?
Second.
Okay.
Mayor did.
You seconded? Okay. Roll call, please.
No, initially, it was the mayor.
You seconded.
Roll call, please.
Deputy Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham,
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato,
Yes.
Counselor Harrison,
Yes.
Counselor Toller, Counselor Williams,
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville.
Yes. Counselor Birmingham, please. Dee?
This is an ordinance to amend Chapter 110 Cannabis of the Code of the Township of Montclair. And I so move.
Second. Any discussion on that?
Do you want to just give a quick overview of what it is?
So, this was, the purpose of these amendments is to, we wanted to clean up some of the existing definitions, create some streamlining in the initial application process to make it a bit, less cumbersome for people who are applying for new licenses. And also, I think one of the biggest things is clarifying the renewal process and streamlining the process for people who already have existing licenses there.
Excellent.
We also increased the number of permitted municipal licenses in 4 of the categories from 2 to 3. So every type of license, maximum is 3.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk?
Deputy Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham,
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato,
Yes.
Counselor Harrison,
Yes.
Counselor Toller,
Yes.
Counselor Williams,
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville.
Yes, thank you. Deputy Mayor, please, letter E. H. Okay, thank you. H.
H is new business ordinance, calendar year 2026 model ordinance to exceed the municipal budget appropriation limits and to establish a cap bank according to N.J.S.A. 40A:4-45.14. I so move.
Second.
Discussion? Madam Clerk?
Deputy Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham,
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato,
Yes.
Counselor Harrison,
Yes.
Counselor Toller,
Yes.
Counselor Williams,
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville.
Yes, thank you. Ms. Slausberg, is that, what's her name? Stolzberg, I'm sorry. Stolzberg? Stol. I'm so sorry, Ms. Stolzberg.
Thank you, I appreciate the exception.
Thank you.
Jessica Stolzberg, Montclair resident. I just would like you to pay close attention tonight to a $300,000 ask for a tree company that we've contracted with in the past. There seems to be, just to really understand, where's $300,000 going for tree removal, if it's including, the trunks, what do they call it at the bottom, the grinding and pruning and all of it, that if that's not for healthy trees and it's just to take down trees, then it really needs to be looked at carefully because it's a lot of money and we're trying to protect trees here because the trees continuously are being put in jeopardy. So, and then on top of that, you know that I came up and spoke several times about a $300,000 investment in a log truck that was also to take care of trees, but that was for the municipality. So now we've got a total of $600,000 going towards tree care. And I guess just please, before you approve such another large bill for trees, what's it for? What are they doing? And I just want to say that my fears and concerns were realized today because I heard from a resident whose street was cited for sidewalk problems, and the code officer, the arborist visited, and the code officer encouraged the residents to remove their town trees in order to protect their what would be their newly minted sidewalks, and said, if you do a curve around your tree, that's going to cost you more. But we can take the tree down for free. And that is exactly what we're talking about here, that there seems to be something going on at the municipal level that is sort of like no one is maybe aware of, and that's happening separate from with code enforcement and DCS, who now is if you've got a code officer who's encouraging healthy tree removal, and one, she said, she described it as a beautiful, healthy old oak. One neighbor agreed to have a beautiful, healthy old oak municipal tree removed because the code officer said, you'll have to pay if it messes up your sidewalk, but we can take it for free. Now you've got an ask for $300,000 for tree work. So something seems really off, and I also feel like this is violating our existing and hopefully our future tree ordinance, and that something, if an arborist on site is approving this, that's a problem. The fact that someone thought putting the snow in these parks was acceptable, that's a problem. And this is all leading to a shrinking canopy. And I think I heard on the radio today that this summer they're yet again expecting it to be the hottest on record. So please, I ask that you remove that $300,000 ask until there's a full understanding as to what all of this money for tree work in our town is being spent on. Thank you very much for your attention tonight.
Thank you. Oops. Thank you very much. Councilor Toller, do you see where it is in the budget? It's in the budget line?
What she's referring to is one of the, it's
in item 6.
Yeah, it's one of the
Okay.
consent agenda items that I
Okay.
had requested to table, well, one of the numbers. I want to
Okay, so
table.
you already highlighted that, so when we get there.
Well, no, it's
then-
in new business, I'm sorry. What she's referring to is in consent agenda. Yes, I did ask for that one to be tabled. I think it's number 13. No, number 10. 6.
Okay.
Got a lot of them.
Okay, so we're going to move on to the consent agenda. And these are the items so far that I've been told people wish to have removed from the consent agenda. Item 1, item 6, item 8, item 10, item 12, and item 13. Are there additional items that need to be pulled from the consent agenda?
Can we pull the tree line? Whatever.
Yes. Yeah,
That's 6.
that was the number 6 on the, yeah.
Do you mind repeating, Mayor? I'm sorry. Can you just repeat?
Items
those?
1, 6, 8, 10, 12, and 13.
Can I move the remainder of the consent agenda? To
Second.
move things?
Second, Madam
Okay,
Clerk?
Okay, just so it's clear, it's items 3, 4, 5, 7, 9, and 11.
Yes, we got that. We pulled that for discussion. Thank you. Madam Clerk?
Deputy Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham? Yes. Counselor D'Amato?
Yes.
Counselor Harrison?
Yes.
Counselor Toller?
Yes.
Counselor Williams?
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville?
Yes, thank you. Counselor Toller, will you please lead us on the discussion and the bill list?
Sure. This is agenda item number 1, bill list resolution, whereas invoices against the Township of Montclair in favor of the following persons for the amount set opposite their respective names have been received, duly audited, and found correct. Now therefore it be it resolved by the Council of the Township of Montclair in the County of Essex that said invoices be and they are hereby ordered paid, and that checks be drawn by the Finance Committee to the order of such persons for the amounts respectively and herein stated on the schedule attached hereto and made a part thereof. Total amount $738,162.08. And I so move.
Second. Discussion on any of the items, please? Counselor Toller?
Sure, thank you. Trying to get the page number for you guys. I have a question on, excuse me, the Northeast Construction Services. It's vendor number 101333. I know it's for the senior hub. This is the first payment, and I'm just wondering if the manager can advise, are we staying under budget?
This is the first payment application. We are currently on budget.
Wonderful. The other question that I have is on, there's no page number. Vendor number 2321. I see it's for Morton Salt. for $51,470.02. This is on, there is no page number on this one, sorry guys. And I'm just curious because we have a resolution up here. I think it's resolution number, I forgot what number it is, but we paid for a trucking company $77,000 to do what exactly? Because it says for delivery of, pickup and delivery of snow. So are we paying that company $77,000 and paying for the salt? I mean, I'm trying to make it make sense, and perhaps you can enlighten me.
Good evening. The question is for why are we paying Morton Salt?
Yes, because on this resolution that you presented to us, number 16, it says $77,337.50. And when you read the body of what you presented, or someone in your department presented, for immediate delivery of roadway salt and trucking services. So I'm just trying to understand this $77,000 that we're paying, is this just for drivers? Or did they come with salt? Because if they came with salt, then is it this salt that we paid for, or did they come with their own salt?
Okay, so it's two questions. The first one for the Morton Salt delivery on the bills list.
Mm-hmm.
So if you recall, during the first snowstorm, the major snowstorm that affected the northeast seaboard, multiple states were affected by that storm, which caused a shortage in salt. And if the governor had said at the time that there was plenty of salt available, which was true, although it was located at the Port of Newark. And there was such a demand for salt all at the same time. What they didn't have was the trucks to procure that salt. So what we did was enter into an emergency contract to get that salt delivered to the township.
Okay, because on agenda item number 16, the Mark Veniero Trucking, all of their backup documentation shows Morton Salt. So again, my question is, did they pay for the salt, or did we pay for the salt and they went and picked it up? And if they picked it up, why are we paying them $77,000?
No, we paid for the salt. That's the tickets. Those are the tickets showing how much salt they picked up.
Okay, so we paid them $77,000 to go pick
trucking.
up $51,000 worth of salt.
No. See, there's we buy salt multiple times.
Okay.
So there's our salt shed holds 2,000 tons of salt, which has to be replenished constantly during the season as it's used up.
Right, but even if you add up these invoices from the trucking company, they billed us for hours and quantity. 8 hours, $150. But all of their backup is Morton Salt. So I'm trying to understand how we reached $77,000 on agenda item 16, because their hours that they've submitted don't total $77,000. That's my question.
Well, I believe they do, but we can take, this is something we can, when we're going to meet on Thursday, we can go over this as well.
Okay. Because it's 23,000 here, there's 16,500, and then there's one other invoice. I think it's for, go past all this salt stuff. Yeah, I'm very confused, that's all. I wasn't done, Madam Mayor, with my bill list, thank you. Well, because he brought them up, that's all right. So we'll go over this Thursday?
Thursday. Yeah.
Okay. Manager Marks, will you be joining that Zoom call or web meeting?
If I can, I'm not sure what my calendar is.
Okay. And I just see that the Verizon bills are being paid, which is great. Is that the old Verizon bills, or is this a current bill that we're paying?
It's probably a combination of both.
Okay, that's all, just making sure it's going down, that's all I have. Ms. Tassie, you don't have to get up, you can send me an email, don't worry. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else have anything on the bills list? Otherwise, there was a motion and a second.
Yes.
Madam Clerk?
Deputy Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham?
I'm sorry, Mayor, we're gonna have to table that one. I apologize, because I have to meet with Austin first, so. What,
Okay.
is there a problem?
So do you want to just pull that one
I'm just gonna pull
thing?
that one, yes.
Okay.
This
The
is
Morton salt.
the Morton salt, because this one's already been pulled from the last meeting, and I don't wanna pay the salt until I speak with,
Okay.
Mr. Ashley and his crew.
Okay.
If you will. Hopefully we can, and just for the record, I did email the manager today, and I copied the deputy manager and the mayor regarding the other two vendors that I tabled at the last meeting, Angels and Schauger. If you guys want to see the email, I'm happy to share it with you, but I am going to be meeting with Austin and his team this Thursday, because there were some duplicate invoices, so I can't be certain that, and they'll let me know if the total amount that was put on our last bill list for $509,000, $500,000, there's some duplicate invoices that were attached. Same thing with Angels Landscaping, there were 2 duplicate invoices, so they were looking to get 28, my calculation is about 22. So I just wanted to put that on the record and explain why I'm tabling this, because I'm not sure where the breakdown is, or the checks and balances don't exist. But when we get these type of huge bills, it's in all of our best interest to ask for the invoices and check them. Because there were lots of duplicates, and that's money going out the window.
Yep.
So I'd like to table this one, and then we can
Can
vote.
we
I apologize.
make an amendment to take that off of the bills list? I'm not sure
You know
what the
what,
best
if
way
it's
to
too
do
late,
it.
then go
No,
ahead.
no, it's not. I'm
okay.
just saying
It's fine.
can we amend to take that out so it can be out?
Yeah,
Or-
we've done that before.
Huh?
You have to vote, you're in the middle of a vote.
So wait, so can we just vote no and then amend it and then vote yes again? Okay.
Deputy Mayor Anderson?
Yeah, no.
Counselor Birmingham?
No.
Counselor D'Amato?
No.
Counselor Harrison?
No.
Counselor Toller?
Nope.
Counselor Williams?
Yeah, I mean, no.
Mayor Baskerville?
No. Okay, now we can make an amendment.
Now.
Go ahead, Counselor
Yes, I'd like
Toller.
to table Morton Salt until I meet with the DCS. And if anybody else wants to join the Zoom call, shoot me an email.
I'm sorry, just
Do
to
we
be clear,
make
you
an
want to
amendment or?
I want to
Okay.
pull that
Take it off.
particular vendor.
Not
Yes.
table the entire
Not
bill
table the
list.
thing, just
This-
the vendor.
Oh, you just
That
wanna
one, yep, for Morton
Take
Salt.
that one out.
Off the
This
bill
is-
list.
I move to
Okay.
approve the bill list minus the Morton Salt
There you go.
item.
There you go. Second,
Should I
okay,
Call
Madam
the roll
Clerk,
to
second.
amend? Call the roll to amend?
He moved to do, this bill, go ahead, tell her again.
Minus the
The
Okay.
salt.
Just to confirm, it's PO 2601422.
Counselor Toller, she's giving you
and
the
it's
number. She
for,
wants confirmation.
Morton Salt, is it 22321?
Well, I go by the PO number because I have to tell finance not
The vendor number
to.
is,
It's in the amount of $51,470.02.
correct.
Yes.
Okay. So Counselor Harrison moved to
And I second it.
adopt as, with
Madam-
removing that one that I just
Correct.
Right, and I
mentioned.
second.
Okay. Deputy Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham?
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato?
Yes.
Counselor Harrison?
Yes.
Counselor Toller?
Yes.
Counselor Williams?
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville?
Yes. Number 6, please. Someone had a concern about number 6?
Yes. Go ahead, Bill.
Okay, I mean, I have the same concern that the member of the public raised as to what this is for. It's a lot of money over two years, and how this fits in with what the township's doing, and making sure we're not overlapping, overspending, cutting down too many trees, and otherwise annoying the residents.
I also have a concern that if we're, going through with this, I just want to know what our log truck is doing. Like, I don't get it. What, like, we paid for a log truck, and how does that work into this?
So our new log
you
truck will be
moved that?
delivered in June.
Did
That's
you
the
just
projected
move that, number
date.
6? You gonna
The
move
log
it?
truck was instrumental during the last snowstorm in removing, I believe, Michael, do you remember how many trees were removed that fell during the storm? So that was an emergency situation, which we needed to have a log truck in order to open the roads. Again, these are natural disasters, so
I
we're
understand.
operating under conditions where it's vital that we have the equipment at the ready. The existing log truck that we have is very old and has trouble making it up hills. That's why it's needed to be replaced. As far as the question for this resolution for Tree King, if you recall, last year, we had a number of injuries within our shade tree department, and we were unable to mobilize the stump grinding machine for the trees that do have to be taken down. So we were able to utilize this contractor to keep that service going and get those stumps ground and the site returned to normal. As far as what it would be used for in addition, these are for times when our department has to tackle a hazardous tree that it's just beyond our ability to handle. These are hazardous trees that are too tall that our machinery can't reach, trees that are in wires, precariously placed trees. It is not our intention to utilize this service for the services that we can do on our own, but what we did use them in last year for was more intensive pruning, where we can get more service done using an outside contractor than we can in-house. Because you have to remember, we're only dealing with a shade tree department of 3 employees. And it is a labor-intensive position with, and as careful as they are and as good as they are, and I have to say we have a very good tree crew. Accidents do happen. It's necessary to have a standby tree contractor to supplement that service. The other aspect for this is in the grant for the overburdened communities, that the grant will cover portions, areas that are in the overburdened communities for the funding of some of that work. We have looked at identified N.J.S.A as a park that could utilize a lot of tree pruning. There's a lot of dead wood that we have not been able to get to. We did our best last year to clear out some of the undergrowth. If you look at the underneath the trees, there's a lot of undergrowth that we do our best to keep up with. But it's the higher stuff that really we need assistance with. But again, that can be, the funding for that can come out of that grant. And that's something that we're working with Lisa Johnson with. I forget, there was another question?
Yes. Okay, so before we get to why you're removing undergrowth, which is helpful for the wildlife, which we're going to try and protect. Okay, I'm very confused by this before we get to the dollars involved. You have items awarded. Okay, so you had 3 vendors, and then you have items awarded, and you have that for 2 of the vendors broken down by districts 1, 2, and 3, but the resolution is only dealing with Tree King, and so I'm trying to understand who we're awarding to and at what rates.
Sure. So this is through the Morris County Co-op. So they have different districts. So the district that we use, it has Tree King. So that is their document. So the rates that we're using are under Tree King's rates. We had success with Tree King last year and had no issue with their service.
So everything, Montclair's in District 3, so everything's under that,
Yeah.
and hence everything's going to Tree King.
Yes.
Okay. But in category B, tree trimming, the only vendor listed is Harmony Tree Care.
Okay.
It's on the back of the page.
It might be a subcontractor for Harmony, but I have to double check that.
Which one is Harmony? Oh, okay, thank you.
I have another quick one. So the districts are literally like geographical districts, right?
Yes.
Okay. So we're in 3, which I kind of figured because the upcharge for emergency stuff is the highest by 50%. But like the numbers here are weird, which is that if you look in District 1, like they're just all over the place. So we're cheaper for a certain caliber of tree and then way more expensive for another one. It's just, what is this?
That's a function of how the bids are tabulated.
Just
why-
bids or bid
why they-
tabulation.
yeah,
Okay.
couldn't answer that.
Now, with tree trimming, I think that's pretty straightforward, except for the understory thing that Councilor Harrison said. And I know that we have to, stay on top of trimming trees. But in terms of removal, I do have a question, which is like, are we recording and is Director Johnson getting a record of all removals of notes? So let's say we're starting at, if on this schedule, we're starting at up to 12 inches. Like, at what point do, homeowners need to report and make good on a tree if they remove it, right? So we have a whole ordinance that's set up around that. What is the reporting mechanism that you have for removal?
Yeah, so arborist tracks every tree that is taken down.
Every tree?
Yeah, so as long as he's been the arborist, he has a log of what is being removed. And he inspects the trees that need to be
All trees are
removed.
inspected?
Yes.
And he is making a record?
Yes,
So
and we're
it-
not taking down trees that are, we do not take down healthy trees unless there's a very good reason. It has to have an
An
extremely good reason.
intense safety reason or
Yes.
something having to do with?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
You have a question?
I was just gonna say, Austin, if you need to check this, is this time sensitive? Like, could we just review it, and would you be able to give us like the list of the trees, just so we can have that information? Would that be okay?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
List of the trees that were removed.
Yeah, like the list that, basically what happened with this contract last
Sure,
year,
sure.
so we
Yeah.
can just
Yeah, yeah.
review it.
We can also ask for how much was spent last year. I'm
Yeah,
sorry, thank
that
you. And then I heard you say that high trees, wires, but doesn't public service come down to do that? Like, you guys don't go up and,
We don't.
Right, so-
But no, if it's in their lines, and they're doing it.
if it's in their lines, because when you said high, that's as high as you get with the wires, right? I would think public service is going to come and take that down and remove.
Not necessarily.
Okay. Yeah, so you can get us some information. We're going to table that. And I'm just wondering, what do they do with the trees that you do take down? Is there any way for us to turn that into mulch here and return it back to, I don't know. They're taking them away and we don't know what happens to it, because that would be some excellent mulch. I'm sure people would like free mulch, right?
We do have surplus mulch, so.
Surplus meaning that
Waste
residents
mulch.
can come and get it
Yeah,
for
we
free?
have talked with Dr. Johnson about implementing a program where people could pick up mulch. We just have to work out the
So
details.
we don't even know where these are going, these trees would go once they
We have
come
to
and
pay
take
to have
down.
them.
No, I know, we pay,
Yeah.
if we agree to pay this and they take the tree down, we don't know where that tree is going after this. It's just being taken out of Montclair.
Being recycled, yeah, it's not.
But it's not us recycling,
No.
right?
We don't have the facility to do that.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. So I move to table item 6 until we get further information.
Second.
Would you like it to be tabled to the next meeting, April 7th?
Sure.
All in favor? Can we
Aye.
do that?
Yeah.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Abstentions? Okay, thank you. Moving right along. Now we're at
8.
8, thank you. Who wanted to hear more about number 8, please?
The only question I had is that the certification of funds form is incorrect, and that process, small thing.
Good evening.
Good evening. So the reason that the certification of funds form looks the way it does, the resolution passed on January 27th, and the line for the total amount for the contract for this year was incorrect. It was total of 276. It needed to be a total of 506. That's why we have a certification of funds for 506. So what this is doing is correcting that resolution in order for us to get the total
You
506.
just told on yourself. I wasn't even talking about the money, bro.
Oh.
I'm talking about the CFO information at the bottom of the page.
She was there when it was certified.
Okay, so you're just putting this up now, though?
No, this was passed on January 27th, when she was
Okay.
still here. I'm just showing that the money was already certified to be used.
Okay. All
So
right.
the money's already been encumbered, it's just correcting the resolution that was passed on January 27th.
No problem.
Mr.
Was
Yes,
this-
Counselor Birmingham?
Was there congressional money or something that?
So yes, for Randwell, we get a $2 million grant from former Congresswoman Mikey Sherrill. It's an EPA grant. We have to do the project first, and then in return, we get the money back. So the plan is for us to essentially design and go out to bid and have it ready for June fiscal year 2027 and try and hit the state revolving fund, borrow $2 million, do the project, because you get 50% principal forgiveness for emerging contaminants. So essentially, we'd be borrowing $2 million to pay back $1 million, and then we get the $2 million from the grant.
Thank you.
And what exactly is what is the engineering work?
So the engineering work is involved in the design. It's the total design of the new well. So we have to essentially, because of where this well sits, it's in Rand Park, which is Green
Right.
Acres. We cannot change our footprint. In order to change our footprint, we have to go before Green Acres Board. You have to make certain deadlines.
Right.
It is a nightmare to make Green Acres deadlines.
Yeah,
if
we were
anyone's
over
tried
there,
it.
I guess, yeah.
So what we're doing is we're staying within our footprint. We are going to deconstruct certain parts of the footprint to reconstruct it in order to put a different type of, so this type of treatment process we're putting in is ion exchange, where in the past we've done carbon. Ion exchange vessels are much smaller. They can treat more, their detention time is 3 to 4 minutes, where carbon vessel is 18-minute detention time. So they're actually much smaller. You can fit them in a smaller footprint. So there's a lot of reconstruction that has to happen within our footprint in order for this to happen.
But it is a startling amount of money for soft costs.
A lot of that money is also going towards the paperwork to go to state revolving fund too. So it's not just
Agreed.
engineering, it's also paperwork for state revolving fund.
I mean, it is thousands of hours of work, right?
Yes, there's a lot that goes into that.
Just,
Thanks for the
Yes,
work.
Deputy Mayor?
just for the public's benefit, when was was this well pumped recently?
This well has not been in operation since 2015. 2015 was when they did UCMR, or Unregulated Contaminant Rule 3.
Yeah.
That's when PFAS was found. Once PFAS was found, all 3 municipal wells were shut off
Yeah.
until treatment was put in on
Yeah,
them.
Thank
I
you.
remember. Yep, thank you. There's a motion and
I need a motion.
So moved.
second.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk?
Deputy Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham,
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato,
Yes.
Counselor Harrison,
Yes.
Counselor Toller,
Yes.
Counselor Williams,
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville.
Yes. Number 10, please. The Department of Health.
Yeah, I had a question.
Yes, Deputy Mayor?
And, hi, Ms. Monaco. I just wanted to, thank you for the memo. I just wanted to know what services this Essex Health and Wellness Recovery Center had been providing before?
Right, so they've been with us for about 2 years. They've been a recipient of the opioid awards. And so what happened this year, just so everyone has the background, we put out the RFP, like we always do. We got just one respondent, that was Montclair Ambulance Unit, which you'll see later on the agenda. Essex Health, they just misread the due date, and so they missed the date to submit the package, and so then that's why we had to go to a non-fair and open award, which the QPA suggested. So the work they've been doing, they work with the Mayor's Wellness Program, but their initiatives are vast. So they do a lot of work with the PD. The chief knows Robin well. She's worked with them even before we awarded the funds. So I did get some numbers from her. So for last year, they did a lot of work with the high school. Like, it had been hard to make inroads in the high school, and she was able to work with the athletic director and get in and do some programs there. So they had an education session. They had 120 students. They brought in the Black Poster Project, which some of you may be familiar
Yes,
with,
yeah,
which is
yeah.
really nice. They referred 26 people to detox, 12 to treatment. treated 10 people on site with Narcan, because they sometimes just walk up and down Bloomfield Avenue, work with the unhoused. They help about 40 people in recovery court, advocate for them. So they do a lot of like the hands-on, like what really you're supposed to be doing with the opioid money. They're working on a project with Montclair Ambulance Unit this year with the vehicle that MAU purchased with our funds last year to do more outreach. I think you've seen the vehicle, right, Counselor? So they've have it all stocked, they've been using it, MAU has been using it, and now Robin's gonna work with them.
Yeah.
So, when I awarded both of the contracts initially, I purposely brought them together so they could not duplicate services and really work together and work on their strengths. And so it's been a great, success, so.
Was the awareness parade that we did from Newark up, was that part of this?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's something she's done
Yeah,
before,
it's
but now
excellent.
she's been able to, use more resources that she's getting from us to expand it, and she'll be doing that again this year.
Great, thank you.
Yeah. You're welcome. Sure.
Yes, Counselor Toller.
Essex Health and Wellness Recovery Incorporated is at 51 Elm Street in Montclair.
So they were on Park Street initially. They lost that space, and so they were using St. Mark's, so they were working with some of the mesh clients as well over there. But
Yeah.
they are very close to securing another space off of Bloomfield Avenue.
So
Because
why
they
do
really
we-
want to be downtown.
No, I'm just wondering why we use 51 Elm Street if that's not their address. I mean, I'm for the program, but I'm just.
That's where
wondering-
they're working out of.
That's where they
out
are.
of now?
Yeah,
Okay.
right.
That is where their office is right now.
Right.
Okay.
They move like everything there, and the services and everything there.
Okay.
Anyone else?
I just hope to see more of it going on in town. I haven't seen a parade yet, but I saw one.
Yeah,
I saw your
the
pictures,
walk,
but
yeah.
I haven't seen anything go on yet.
Okay.
That's
okay.
exciting.
All right. I'll make sure I sent out some
I'm
invites.
going to vote in favor of this, but I am not more than a little concerned with, they missed the deadline and let's do this workaround. Since there were no other bidders, we don't have to worry about someone challenging it. But I don't think it's a good practice to say, we'll find a way to make it work even though you missed the deadline. That's the whole point of having the deadline in. And if there were competing bidders, that's an automatic win for them.
Right. Would have been a different situation. I understand.
Okay, Madam Clerk?
I need a mover and a second.
I moved.
Second.
Deputy Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham? Absent.
She said yes from the hallway.
It's health and wellness, she's in.
Counselor D'Amato?
Yes.
Counselor Harrison?
Yes.
Counselor Toller?
Yes.
Counselor Williams?
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville?
Yes, thank you. Number 12, please.
Okay, I have concerns, substantive concerns. Okay, so this was a settlement because ostensibly, and to some extent it's correct, there were 2 tax bills issued for, one of which was issued for a lot that no longer exists. There were lots 3 and 4. This is the Chase Bank property. There were a number of Board of Adjustment applications. There's a tail to that lot that goes behind the adjoining building to the north that has a garage on it. And I am concerned that, I'm concerned that the lot that won the tax assessment has the bank approved at the improvements at $653,800, which seems low for a big new fancy bank that also is renting parking spaces, and the garage building I drove by today to verify is still there, and they had indicated when the bank came in that would be used, because we asked, because it's a rather curious setup. So I just would like, before I vote to approve this, to make sure that, and given that the lot that they're dropping, the improvements value is $1,576,000, which sounds a little more in line with a new bank building. But I just want to be sure that they did this correctly and we're not suddenly cheating ourselves out of some tax revenue.
If I can speak, there's a tax court judgment signed by the tax court
yes,
judge.
This was not litigated by myself, but there's no going back. So there's no.
Then why are we approving it?
You have to approve it by resolution as pro forma.
And I am not voting for something that I think may be incorrect.
This is the tax court assessment of the property that was stipulated to.
And that's my problem.
And I understand what you're saying, but I'm saying the judge has already entered an order as of February 27th.
And there is
signed
the
by
ability, if there is a mistake, go back and say there was a mistake.
Not after you've signed a stipulation of settlement.
Okay, I fundamentally do not understand. If we're required to vote on it, that means we have the opportunity to vote no. If it's a pro forma action, then what is the point of our voting?
So, Bill, if you read the resolution.
I
if
read
can
the
explain,
resolution.
The resolution is simply to affirm that the tax collector is hereby authorized and directed to issue a refund pursuant to this. You're not approving the settlement, you're not approving the court
But we're approving the
judgment.
issuance of a refund.
We need authorization from the council to effectuate the settlement. This is something that I deal with in litigation all the time. The council has to authorize the settlement proceeds, even if I do a stipulation of settlement.
Okay, but
This
why before entering the settlement?
I didn't handle this.
We did.
Yeah, well, I'm just asking Council Williams, this was an issue before, and I thought
Yeah, 'cause
former
it-
CFO was explaining something to us, and it may have been even the other manager that was trying to walk us through something, so maybe we should table this and go back and watch the video?
I mean, is this time sensitive? I mean, only
No.
because
It's not time sensitive,
this was
she said.
explained to us
Right,
before.
right.
And in fact, I think what is settled is less than what we were expecting. So maybe we could just,
Table it till April.
table
this-
this to the
this
next
was-
meeting, so
Yeah,
Counselor Harrison
this-
can.
This was,
So Councilor Harrison.
this
can
was
review it.
Sorry,
the,
Counselor Williams?
this was the situation where there was a tax lien put on the property and bills were going to Chase for a long period of time and nobody was getting back to them, and then they sold the tax lien, someone bought the tax lien, and then afterwards, Chase came back and said, hey, this was incorrect, and this is the resulting settlement out of it, because, the township realized that it incorrectly put on a tax lien on this property and then sold it to someone else. So that's how this whole settlement came about. But we can table it if folks.
It's not time sensitive, and if you've already been, I would assume it was already presented before a stipulation of settlement was entered into.
We can table it. Do you want to make a motion?
So, yes, so moved.
Second?
Madam Clerk?
This is to table to April 7th.
Yeah.
Deputy
Okay.
Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham,
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato,
Yes.
Counselor Harrison,
Yes.
Counselor Toller,
Yes.
Counselor Williams,
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville.
Yes. Where are we? Are we at
13.
13 yet? Lucky 13. Who wanted 13, please?
I did.
Counselor Toller?
Thank you. I'm just wondering, I thought a while back, or maybe back in December and November, we agreed we didn't really want to use this firm anymore for other reasons. Do we know why the law department put this particular firm up?
The law department, I can answer that.
Why they use this firm, because I thought.
That firm was already handling the previous litigation. What was filed was a motion for reconsideration. And since this firm had already handled the original motion practice and the original complaint, then that firm would be the most obvious choice to, instead of hiring someone new to get up to speed and order transcripts and all of that nature. They already have the knowledge to address this new
Okay,
litigation
because
that's being.
I think you were very vocal about this firm and what they might be using their
Yeah,
funds for.
I was and I am,
So,
but I did some research and discovered that I don't think we are able to vote against a vendor based on the morality, the perceived morality of said vendor, unfortunately and weirdly. Am I correct, Ruby? I believe that that is just, if you have an animus towards a vendor because of things that they may be doing that don't impact the work that they do for you, that's not it's either considered unethical or it's illegal. So I very much want to vote no, and I guess I can vote no, but now that I've talked about it, I guess I can't. I don't know, I just want to follow the
So
law.
where are we? There was a motion and a
It's-
second. Movement for this? Anyone?
I move.
Second?
I'm going to abstain.
Madam Clerk?
Deputy Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham,
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato,
No.
Counselor Harrison,
Yes, though their list of contributions is fascinating.
Counselor Toller,
Unbelievable.
No.
Counselor Williams,
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville.
Yes. Okay, so now we're going to move on to new business resolutions. Number 14, please, Councilor Williams. I'm sorry, did we want to go back to that? Because I don't know if
No,
they,
can we
they're staying
finish
here.
all this stuff first and then go back to,
To his?
yeah, because we have people here waiting.
Oh, they're waiting for
Yeah, they're
this.
employees.
Okay, but I thought they might have been waiting for the other one, too.
No,
They're
employees
waiting
gotta
for
get-
something specific?
They're waiting for us to approve or deny these resolutions here, so they could go home.
We should really try to get the staff out of
Okay. Counselor Williams.
Agenda item number 14, resolution authorizing the award of a non-fair and open contract to Pace Analytical LLC for the Township Department of Utilities Lab Services. So moved.
Second. Discussion?
Yeah, I just want to know, how come every contract that we get, not just from this department, but why is everything 2 years? Is there a reason for that, Mr. Marks, or is that standard practice?
2 years?
You know, because then it kind of locks us in. I'm just wondering, is it cheaper to do 2 years, or should we do it a year at a time? Just a question, standard operating question.
So from my experience, a lot of times when we do 2-year contracts as opposed to 1-year contracts, we get locked in at the same rate for 2 years. If you go from year to year, you will usually see an increase in your rate of whatever that contract is.
Okay, so you'll keep copious notes with your blanket purchase order when you peel away to pay an invoice?
That is
so
correct.
we don't
So-
exceed.
So,
this amount.
yes, this not to exceed $50,000, essentially what this service is for us, just to explain it, we are required by the NJDEP to meet a certain sampling schedule every year. Our certain sampling schedule normally costs us around $25,000 to $30,000. The reason we do $50,000 is because if there's a major emergency and we have to go and do 100 bacteriological samples or something else that they may be required by the DEP, that gives us the money to cover that work.
Okay, I'm just curious about the 2 years.
Yeah,
Thank you.
that's all.
So you can test for the salt.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
We test for chloride once every 3
More
years. It is
frequent,
a
yes,
secondary.
but There's some public interest in maybe doing it more frequently this spring and summer.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Deputy Mayor Anderson, absent. Counselor Birmingham,
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato.
Yes.
Counselor Harrison.
Yes.
Counselor Toller,
Yes.
Counselor Williams.
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville.
Yes, yes, sure, go right ahead, thank you.
Agenda item number 15, resolution amending R-24-255, awarding a non-fair and open contract to Atlantic Coast Recycling for processing and disposal of recyclable materials. So moved.
Second, discussion?
Yeah, come on up, Austin. So I'm just curious, because this is for $235,000. And I thought somewhere along the line, someone, was it you or the last meeting, where recycling is costing us more money and we're getting less money back? Is that was you, Mr. Marks?
Yeah,
I'm just
it's a market
curious.
price, so currently, I believe paper is bringing in -$6, and commingle is -71. So we pay per ton.
And there's no other way to move our recycling?
Unfortunately, it's a
without vendor?
market-based commodity. That is what the market's bearing at the moment.
Any more discussion? Madam Clerk?
Deputy Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham,
Yes. No, can I ask a quick question, Mayor?
Yes, I'm so sorry.
Along with it, so can you just describe, like, is this affected when, like, people don't recycle correctly? Like, how does it work, like, in terms of
So
our cost?
Yeah, our contamination rate is a factor which we can have loads rejected. Our contamination rate is actually decent. We get a lot of wishful recycling. That's why we tell people, it's, when in doubt, throw it out. Contaminations of food particles or plastics that aren't marketable. But for the most part, we do a pretty good job.
Okay, so this could be an education thing that we could work on. Okay.
Yeah, I think we talked about that before, because I know, like in Ward 4, there's a lot of absent landlords, so we have more renters. And when I go outside on recycle day, everything is just all commingled together. So do they do any type of educational programming, or will you be trying to do some pop-ups in town to make sure that people are recycling correctly?
Yes, this is another thing we've discussed with the Office of Sustainability. We'd like to put out a flyer or kind of a guide in order to educate people on how to better recycling, not even just recycling, for bulk trash, for a number of issues.
I'm sure there's an opportunity that if it's not done right, code enforcement can issue a violation, then people will start doing things right.
Unfortunately, the most effective way of education usually is through
Well, that might have
citation.
to be the way to go. I don't know. Just saying.
We can discuss.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Counselor Birmingham? Yes?
Yes, thanks.
Counselor D'Amato?
Yes.
Counselor Harrison?
Yes.
Counselor Toller?
Yes.
Counselor Williams?
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville?
So, agenda item number 16, resolution authorizing award of emergency contract to Mark Veniero Trucking for purchase and delivery of roadway salt. So moved.
Second, Counselor Toller. 16. Oh, you want 16. Anyone else? Well, she's pulling her 16 up.
We were tabling. I would like to table it until I have my meeting with DCS Thursday.
Okay.
Second.
Until, we're going to table this until April, okay, April 7th. All right, number
I
17.
put it away.
Agenda item number 17, resolution approving execution of Estoppel Certificate relative to the Township's redevelopment agreement and financial agreement with Montclair 11 Pine Urban Renewal LLC. So moved.
Somebody wanted to pull that for some reason.
I just had a question I wanted to ask.
Okay.
Well, we don't know who prepared this document. And from my reading, I was just trying to see, were they asking for an exception? Did you review this, attorney, or no?
Yes, it's from me. It's from the
Okay.
law department.
Okay, so are they
I
asking,
reviewed it with the redevelopment attorneys as well.
well, didn't he write it? Didn't he put this contract in place then? Mr.
Correct,
Regno?
that's why, yes.
So, but what I'm reading in it is like the LLC language seems like they're looking for a little bit of a, if it doesn't quite go this way, we can do this. Is that what I'm reading from this?
I don't believe so. These are just Estoppel certificates in order for them, which the bank requires in order for them to refinance. We're not doing anything with the agreement. The agreement is just for as an exhibit to the Estoppel certificates that need to be provided to the bank. Is your question about the redevelopment agreement or the financial agreement? Because
More about the financial agreement, because.
those are just exhibits. That's not what I'm asking. I'm asking you to execute the Estoppel certificate for the redevelopment agreement.
Okay, that's different. Okay.
We're not changing anything.
Okay.
Good to go?
That's a lot of information for one. Okay.
Yes? Madam Clerk, please.
Deputy Mayor Anderson? Yes. Counselor Birmingham?
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato?
Yes.
Counselor Harrison?
Yes.
Counselor Toller?
Yes.
Counselor Williams?
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville?
Yes, thank you.
Agenda item number 18, resolution authorizing to requalify an award of a fair and open professional service contract to serve as Montclair Township Opioid Settlement Fund Implementation Program Consultant, RFP-26-P23. So moved.
Second, discussion? Madam Clerk?
Deputy Mayor Anderson.
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham.
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato.
Yes.
Counselor Harrison.
Yes.
Counselor Toller.
Yes.
Counselor Williams.
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville.
Yes, thank you. Number 19, please.
Agenda item number 19, resolution authorizing a contract with Professional Property Appraisers, Inc. to perform townwide property tax revaluation. So moved.
Oh, good, I'm sorry. Discussion?
Just that there are very few companies in New Jersey that do this, and this was the only one apparently that responded to the RFP. Just so.
Madam Clerk, please.
Deputy Mayor Anderson.
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham.
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato.
Yes.
Counselor Harrison.
Yes.
Counselor Toller.
Yes.
Counselor Williams.
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville.
Yes, thank you. Now we're going to go back to the Honorable Counselor Harrison and the sidebar team.
I'm going to go through all the amendments, and
Can this be emailed to me? Thank you.
There'll be a charge, but yes.
I'll take the charge.
I was going to say, you charge him.
The first whereas, the word native will be inserted before wildlife in the first line. The second whereas, the word native will be inserted before wildlife in the first line. The fourth whereas, the word native will be inserted before wildlife in the first line. Okay, I'll do the scary part of this. Add a definition of native wildlife in 82-47, and this is consistent with how native plants are defined in the ordinance. Native wildlife means any, I'll read slowly, wild bird, mammal, reptile, amphibian, fish, or other animal species indigenous to New Jersey as defined and regulated by the New Jersey Division of Fish and Wildlife pursuant to N.J.S.A. 23:1-1 et sec and N.J.A.C. 7:25.1 et sec.
Nailed it. Nailed it.
Okay, then the other changes is after C, at the end of C, add, except in cases of a declared public health emergency as determined by the Montclair Department of Health in coordination with the New Jersey Department of Health, and where no non-lethal approaches exist to address the declared public health emergency, and then the same basic change added to the end of section 82-49, except the word or instead of the word except, but otherwise the wording is identical. Okay. I can read it again.
Oh, no, you're good.
I'd like my email.
But yes, you will get an email.
Thank you. So move.
So move to amend
Second to amend.
the introduced ordinance.
Deputy Mayor Anderson.
I know, right?
Counselor Birmingham.
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato.
Yes.
Counselor Harrison.
Yes.
Counselor Toller.
Yes.
Counselor Williams.
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville.
Yes, and I'd like to thank all of you in the back for your help. Thank you very much. Sidebar gang. Good job. I'd like to make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Oh, we want to stay. Opposed? Okay. And that wraps us up. Thank you so much, Rick.